The Woodchuck Lacrosse Development. Tonight's broadcast and the Vermont Voyagers are proudly sponsored by Woodchuck Lacrosse Development. Woodchuck Lacrosse Development is a Vermont-based 501c3 nonprofit dedicated to growing the game of lacrosse and making it accessible to athletes of all backgrounds, focusing on skill development, creativity, confidence, and community. Woodchuck Lacrosse is built on the belief that every athlete deserves the chance to play. Through school programs, camps, clinics, and the Vermont Box Lacrosse League, Woodchuck provides fun, affordable, and meaningful opportunities for players to learn and compete and thrive. To learn more, support the mission, or get involved, visit woodchucklax.com. Woodchuck Lacrosse Development, growing the game, building community, and creating opportunity.
We'd also like to thank Common Roots Farm. The Vermont Voyagers appreciate the partnership with Common Roots. Common Roots Farm Stand, located in South Village, just off of Spear Street, offers 45 varieties of fresh, local, and organic produce, salad greens, strawberries, and pick your own flowers. Or join us on Friday evenings from May through October for live music and Friday night flatbreads at Wheeler House, located on Dorset Street, adjacent to South Burlington Community Gardens. Common Roots, nourish to flourish.
We'd also like to thank the Bull Rock Corporation. Based in Vermont, Bull Rock Corporation is a high-growth renewable energy company with operations throughout the Northeast. Bull Rock designs and constructs American-made solar systems with a focus on quality and performance using American-made materials. Bull Rock Corporation, a proud sponsor of Vermont Voyagers Lacrosse.
And SimQuest. SimQuest is proud to sponsor the Vermont Voyagers with industry-leading IT services and office technology solutions. SimQuest's team is dedicated to keeping their customers safe against an increasing number of cyber security risks. A 13-time Vermont Best of Business Award winner, SimQuest has your back so you can focus on doing what you do best. Visit simquest.com to learn more.
Also made possible by the Vermont Box Lacrosse League. The Vermont Box Lacrosse League is proud to support the Vermont Voyagers. The VBLL provides Vermont youth and high school athletes the opportunity to play true box lacrosse in a competitive, instructional, positive environment. With teams in Barrie, Essex, and Middlebury, the VBLL is growing the game one shift at a time. Learn more and register at woodchucklax.com/VBLL.
And finally, the Vermont Agency. Vermont Voyager fans, tonight's game is proudly sponsored by Matthew Walker, financial planner with the Vermont Agency in Colchester, Vermont. Matthew is a former Division I lacrosse player who proudly supports the Vermont Voyagers and is dedicated to helping individuals and families with retirement planning, investment strategies, college planning, and protecting their financial future. If you're looking for trusted financial guidance and a game plan for your future, call Matthew Walker today at 802-318-6183. That's 802-318-6183. The Vermont Agency, your financial solutions partner. We also offer hundreds of group fitness classes each month, personal training sessions, and small group training. Edge Sports and Fitness.
Good morning, lacrosse fans, and welcome back or welcome to the Juniors Championship Series for the NABLL. That is the North American Box Lacrosse League, brought to you by CVTsport.net. Up here in the broadcast booth, my name's Andrew Bracey, joined here today by Coach Lee Morse, defensive coordinator at Kimball Union Academy. And Coach should have a pretty good morning of box lacrosse action here for folks in store.
And if you compare that to what we had yesterday, just for these teams to get here, you know they are ripe for playing hard.
Tea and coffee, not the only things brewing here this morning in beautiful Essex Junction, Vermont. And you're absolutely right, Coach. Some stiff, hard-nosed competition yesterday, and certainly we anticipate seeing more of the same here this morning with the Vermont Voyagers and the Utica Yeti back in action here.
And even though it's a consolation game, these guys are playing for pride, so you know they are going to be putting everything into it as if it was a championship game.
Absolutely, Coach. A tale of two journeys here to arrive at this 9 a.m. matchup this morning. The Voyagers going 0-2, dropping a nail-biter of a heartbreaker yesterday against a powerhouse of a Inver Grove Heights Isotopes roster. And the Utica Yeti splitting their schedule yesterday 1-1, dropping to the Thousand Island Spirits in their first matchup before securing a victory over the Maine Northmen. Out here for the face-off here, we have Brody Davis for the Yeti, and it's going to be Carter Freund, Coach, one of your NABLL Union players here for the Voyagers.
Yeah, he's a phenomenal defensive player, and he's been doing a great job at the Center X.
Absolutely love that here. Both these young men battling hard yesterday, and it's Davis with the initial possession here for Utica. Davis dishes it off here. This is number 21 for the Yeti. Down the far side wing. 13, Rick Adelson. Behind the back dish, across. Shot doesn't quite make it to the cage there. And looks like it may have deflected off a defender there, so Utica will retain possession here. Fresh shot clock. Shot there. Save. I believe that may have been Goodhue for the Voyagers, or it may have been Semko Akbadzi, number 30. In fact, it looks like it was out of South Burlington.
Well, the first clearing pass was not ideal. Came right back at him, but he made the second save. And now we're on offense with the Vermont Voyagers.
First look at the Voyagers offense here this morning. On the far side. I believe this is Henry Hutton here, the lefty for Vermont. Dishes it up top. Ball to the near side. This is Gilliam. Gilliam drives over the top. Shot! Just wide of the cage. And time will expire on the shot clock for the Voyagers, so Yeti the other way.
A lot of contact in this sport.
Certainly no friends made on the floor anyway in box lacrosse action. A little more physical game here than field. As
little fast break on the way. Pull it out. Get the subs on.
That was 23, Hunter Johnson running it down in transition for the Voyagers as their offense gets back to work. 12 seconds remaining on the shot clock. Inside feed, doesn't quite go there. And Yeti recovered, coming the other way.
Got a fast break.
Fast break there was Phillips carrying down for Utica. He'll dish it off here and let his reinforcements go to work. Utica from the far side. Double team there. Shot. And it looked like Agbozi got the save there for Vermont. Surveys. Underhanded dish there up the floor. And Voyagers pass down the near side. Didn't quite connect. But gobbling up the loose change was Will Goyette out of South Burlington. And he puts Vermont on the board.
Nice little twister right inside the left side of the pipe.
Absolutely, Coach. That's Goyette, South Burlington, currently playing his college lacrosse at Clarkson University. Putting Vermont up 1-0. Freund and Davis back on the face-off X. Davis with the clean win. And a trail check opportunity there from Freund. Davis still has it. Surveys. Dishes it up top. Ball movement on the near side for Utica. Shot there, went wide. That was number 5, Garrett Lydiard for Utica. And it'll be over and back for Vermont. This will be number 12 here, Coach. I believe another Kimball Union athlete here, Peter Gilliam.
Peter Gilliam actually was a CVU athlete.
That is right.
I happen to coach him in alpine skiing.
There we go, Gilliam.
He's an excellent athlete all around.
Certainly showcased that yesterday in pool play. Gilliam having a couple of big games here for the Voyagers.
And he's playing a D1 at Hobart.
Several high-caliber athletes on both of these rosters here. As Utica, shot opportunity there. Couldn't tell if Agbozi got the save or if it deflected off a defenseman. Utica, feed opportunity there, bounces off the boards. Gilliam the other way. Gilliam, shot there, wide. And Voyagers will retain possession here. On the near side, this is Maloney to Gilliam. Gilliam shot inside there. Save made. Officials will signal, call the other way, however.
Yeah, number 21 hit a little bit high on Gilliam. I think he didn't appreciate him taking the shot.
A little bit high there from the defenseman, and Gilliam will re-trigger in the near side. Far side here, this is Hutton. Hutton, time, room, shot. Just wide. Maloney, second opportunity, save made there. I believe it's Kai Chen back in cage for the Yeti. Comes up big for a third save. Utica the other way.
Nice behind the back feed.
Absolutely, opportunity here. And Agbozi comes up big with the save for Vermont. Voyagers the other way. Shot there, and Chen matching him save for save. And it looks like some words exchanged with the officials there behind the play. And that'll be 13, Rick Adelson for the Yeti. Was initially making his way to the penalty box, but is told to head back towards the bench by the official. We'll see what comes up here on the board. And we may very well be getting our first look at the Voyagers power play here, Coach.
Well, all game, the Yeti have really been pressing on the ride, but that's left them a little vulnerable on the backside.
Certainly physical riding defense there on the Yeti. At times can lead to being on the wrong end of a power play. Nevertheless, here they look ready to go here, and we'll see what they can do against the Voyagers offense. This is Gilliam on the near side. Rolls away from pressure. Gilliam, shot, and he scores on the near post. That's Peter Gilliam. Puts the Voyagers up by 2.
And for any kids watching, one thing about that shot, it was a nice overhead shot.
Certainly the shot that gives players the best variety of options in terms of placement. You're absolutely right, Coach. Davis here back on the faceoff for Utica. Some extra pleasantries here exchanged between the Utica bench here and the officials. Face off here for the Voyagers. It'll be number 48, Tristan Matruk here in relief of Freund, taking the draw. Davis had the initial draw here, but loose ball scrap. Still up for grabs. And Matruk had it there briefly. But it was checked out of his stick and out of play. The Yeti ball. Up top for the Yeti, it'll be Patrick Longboat, number 15. Sends it down the far side. Errant deflected pass there. Bounces right into the Yeti bench, and Voyagers will take it the other way. For Vermont, this will be number 5. Alec Dupree sends it down the near side. Shot there, and another score. For the Voyagers, that was 28. Jack Schmoller.
Jack Schmoller.
Schmoller, thank you, Coach. That's Jack Schmoller, right out of Essex, Vermont, competing at Salve Regina currently.
His dad was Paul Schmoller, goalie for Cornell, 4-time All-Ivy, and ended up in the championship game against Johns Hopkins back in 1987.
Certainly you can see that lacrosse IQ running in the family. As Schmoller puts the Voyagers up by 3 with a beautiful, and I'll say another nice overhand shot there, Coach, this time on the far post. Beauty back on the attack here. Shot, save there by Igbozi.
Again, you see the aggressive riding, making it hard to clear.
Absolutely, that was number 5 there. Garrett Lydiard for Utica, not letting up there at all on the ride. Utica coming the other way. Ball up the far side, pass just a little bit short, and Gilliam collects the loose change for Vermont. Gilliam surveys, drives to the middle here, rolls away, dishes it up top. This is number 8, Will Anderson. Ball bumbles loose there. Anderson recovers. Heavy defensive pressure there in the corner here.
10 seconds left on the shot clock.
Under 10 to shoot for the Voyagers. Anderson still hanging on to it after some loose ball action there.
And shot clock violation.
After that action, Utica will bring it the other way here. On the far side, this is Tyler Phillips. Sends it down the near side wing. Phillips back with it up top. Shot there. May have deflected off a body. Doesn't quite make it to the cage. Shot again. And it would believe it tipped off Igbozi. So Utica will retain possession here with a fresh shot clock. There's number 3 driving the middle. Behind the back opportunity there. That was number 3, Noah Taylor. Didn't quite connect. Vermont now collects the other way. Fast break opportunity here. Utica defense recovers and collapses in on the ball. Voyagers do regain possession, however. 15 seconds on the shot clock here. This is Sawyer Leonard. Dishes it to the middle here. Backhanded shovel opportunity. That was number 5, Alec Dupree.
5 seconds on the shot clock.
Shot goes wide there by Leonard. Utica collects the loose change. And this is Longboat carrying it the other way for the Yeti. Physical dodge here through a sea of Voyagers defenders. Yeti still holding on to it. Vermont, however, jars it loose, and we head the other way.
Yeah, not recommended going 1-on-3.
Not a usual in this game. This is Spencer Gibo. Carries down the far side for Vermont before he dishes it off and lets the reinforcements go to work. On the near side of the 2-man game, this is Jack Schmoller. Loose change in front of the cage, and time will expire on the shot clock. Utica, the quick restart.
Defense is up to the task. Nice getting back to the hole, recover.
Good recovery there by the Voyagers as Utica's shot goes well wide of the cage. Recovered there by Will Goyette. And going the other way, break opportunity here. Dishes off, shot there, saved by Chen. Great opportunity for Vermont, and they do get it back in the ride. Cross crease pass there, shot by Dupree. Went a little wide of the cage. And out of play, officials will signal the other way. This is number 2, Vanwath Elijah for the Yeti. Dishes down the far side. Shot there by Davis, the face-off man. Goes wide. Voyagers recover. Like you said, Coach, Utica not letting up at all in this ride. And they recover it. Voyagers force a turnover of their own, however, and they bring it down the far side.
And we're just under 2 minutes left in the quarter.
Short time remaining in this first period as number 3, originally Dune. Beautiful lefty rip there from up top. Had time and room.
Looked like a 5-hole shot there to me.
That beats Chen down low there, putting the Voyagers up by 4.
Yeah, it seems like the Yetis are certainly playing with a lot of aggression and really trying to get opportunities. But I think when they have the ball, they've been a little bit loose with their passes, and some of their shots have been a little bit just chuck it towards the goal.
Certainly shots coming off into possession opportunities for Vermont, which they have been cashing in. This is Davis on another faceoff win. Dishes down the far side. On the drive here, that was number 5. Garrett Lydiard, another shot opportunity. Agbozi up to the task, however. Official signaling the other way. I think the ball may have been stepped in and out of the crease. Fresh shot clock here for the Yeti. It's Longboat. Dishes to the near side. Behind the back pass there. Didn't quite make it through. Vermont recovers. And they'll be content to just send that one back down the other way. Utica has a fresh shot clock starting from their own defensive end. This is number 20, Tyler Phillips. Surveys.
15 seconds left.
Short time remaining in this first period. Utica, see if they can get any opportunity off here. They do, but Agbozi's there for the save.
That was a nice cross-rink pass for that shot down low. Just the goalie was ready for it and made the nice save.
That he was, coach, and that'll bring the first period to a close here. The Voyagers statement period here, up 4-0. We'll be right back with you here with more NABLL action on CVTsport.net. Good morning, lacrosse fans, and welcome back, or welcome to the NABLL, that is the North American Box Lacrosse League, here on CVTsport.net. Second period action about to be underway. I'm Andrew Bracey, joined here by Lee Morse up here in the broadcast booth with our producer, Carl Parton. Coach, the Voyagers out to a 4-0 start here after the opening period. What do the Yeti have to do here to climb back into this one in the second stanza?
Well, the thing they were doing so well was being aggressive on the ride and getting their opportunities for possession, right? So that was fabulous. But I think they just need to settle down and not be quite so hot dogging it when it comes to passes and just chucking shots. Use the shot clock, see what the defense is doing, and try to create those advantages for that one more.
Certainly getting their opportunities there. Number 8, Braden Davis, having himself a solid morning there on the faceoff dot. Had a shot opportunity there on that last possession, went wide. Voyagers now on the attack. Inside feed there, doesn't quite connect. And the Yeti will recover. This is number 10, Reese Kennedy. Carries up the near side. Voyagers matching him step for step here. Ball jars loose, but he recovers. Sends it up top. little bit better ball movement here. This is Caleb Bennett, number 18. Had himself a high-scoring day yesterday for Utica. On the far side now, this is number 16. That was Isaac Marrero. Had a diamond room shot just over the cage. Ball trickles all the way back here. There is a shot clock reset as Chen dishes it down, but it's intercepted by Gilliam. One-on-one opportunity here. Shot goes just high. Gilliam does recover here, and it'll be Voyageurs' ball. Chen with another save.
And again, Voyageurs come up with the ball. And another shot just wide.
I believe that was Ty Sampson there. Local product, number 47 on that last shot. And we'll see what Utica can cook up here with Bennett initiating on this possession.
Well, their last possession, as you said, the passing looked a whole lot better.
Certainly did. Not this time, however, there. Errant pass gives Voyageurs the over and back here. And a goal to boot. That's number 18 for the Voyageurs, Liam Murray out of Burlington. Puts the Voyageurs up 5-0. Murray competing in his collegiate ball north of the border at McGill University. See some of that style showing out here on that last goal on the run.
I think the Voyageurs are taking a tip from the Yeti, and they're starting to be a little more aggressive on the ride at this point as well.
Both teams certainly trading playing styles here. Davis had the initial clamp here, lost it in the shuffle, and for the Voyageurs, that was Will Goyette with the ball. Dishes it over to the near side, behind the cage. Voyageurs, ball movement, across the field floor. Shot there, Chen with the save. Double team here in the near side corner. Voyageurs do escape. That was number 3, Ridgely Dune, escaping the double. Shot there, Chen with another save. Voyageurs recover, fresh shot clock. Drive to the inside. Another shot there.
Nice cleanup.
Indeed for the Yeti. And they did attack the other way. Some of that passing you had mentioned, Coach came back, but they do recover. Shot, goal! And just like that, the Yeti on the board for the first time. It's number 18, Kaylin Bennett.
And that's an example, again, of their aggressive riding style, where number 11, Kaylin,
Might not have an 11 on the roster. Nevertheless, you're absolutely right, Coach. We saw that aggressive riding style there. You mentioned paid off after they had initially thrown it away. Davis with another face-off win. Heavy pressure there by the Voyageurs. Davis escapes. Carries down the middle. Rolls away and gets reinforcements here on the floor. Up top, this is number 16, Marrero. Marrero uses the screen there, gets a shot off. Ball bounces off the boards and into the rafters, and it'll be Voyageurs the other way. Vermont carries across. This is 19, Jack Kelly. Dishes it back up top. Little two-man game action here on the far side. Swim dodge there by Gilliam. Shot and a save by Chen. Beautiful dodge. Good opportunity there by Gilliam, but Chen comes to the better of that one as Utica goes the other way. And a goal in transition. That's number 16, Isaac Marrero. The lefty finish.
That's just an example of the Voyageurs didn't quite get somebody back on defense in time, while number 16 was sneaking up above the blue line.
Certainly got to make sure you defend that defensive home turf. Like you said, Coach. Yeti take advantage of transition, and Davis with another face-off win here. Davis looks, shoots. Agbozi with the big save here on Davis, the face-off man.
So Yeti's success recently has been close-range shots, not the ones from outside.
Absolutely right, Coach. Looking for those inside drives and feeds here. As Vermont now looking to get back in the score column. Up top here. That was a time in a room shot there by 13, Mark Vandershoot. Coach, another Kimball Union product there, taking advantage of a time and room opportunity. And Utica will take it the other way. Up top is Marrero. This is it over to Bennett. Bennett tries to roll over the top there. Doesn't quite go. Ball jarred loose. And looks like it was the defensive effort there of number 10, Carter Froon. Coach, great stalwart defense there before he took a loose ball shove and got the penalty there for the Voyagers. Vermont shot there. And the lefty finish on the near side. That was number 41 for Vermont, Harry Hutton, out of Essex, Vermont, playing Division I ball at Stony Brook.
Yeah, Harry was a great player for us last 2 years at Kimball Union, and really excited for his ventures going forward at Stony Brook.
Hutton putting the Voyagers back up by 4. Davis, another face-off win. Dishes it over. Pass doesn't quite connect. Marrero collects it on the far side. Sends it across to Bennett. Bennett, fake. Rolls it, dodges into a double of Voyagers.
That was a nice collapse on the defense.
Stalwart defense there, Vermont, as they carry the other way. Pass goes off the stick there of that was number 8, Anderson. And Bennett collects it in the Yetis offensive zone. Bennett on the near side. Dodges underneath this time. Bennett, shot, and a goal. Make it another. For number 18, Kalen Bennett. Beautiful dodge there underneath.
Yeah, he was right-handed, and he was able to make a dodge, keep the stick in his right hand, and able to get that extra step to greatness and create a better angle to finish it off.
And it looks like, not sure if the goalies were going to take a brief hydration break or not. You see, it's looks like it might be a goalie change here for the Yeti. That's number 31, Caius Lalonde, stepping into the net. So not quite a water break here, just a quick little goalie change, and we're back here at the face-off. It's Davis and Matruk. Davis, another win. Escapes the double team there. Dishes it off. Ball near side. That's Bennett, and another goal. I believe that is a hat trick for number 18, Kalen Bennett. Coach, correct me if I'm wrong, looks like he used the defender to maybe screen that shot from the wing.
100%, plus that overhand shot, and he's going to the goalie's off-stick side. You add all that up, and that's a great outside shot.
Great look there by Bennett. Brings the Yeti back within 2. Face off there. Looked like it was number 6, D'Alessandro, taking it that time in relief of Davis. Yeti, bounce pass to the far side. Marrero sends it across to Bennett. Seems like those two have been playing a lot of pass and catch here today, Coach.
Absolutely. And right through the middle.
Bennett, good opportunity there. Bozy was on top of it. Yeti do get it back on that aggressive ride, Coach, you mentioned. And another goal. Make it 4 for number 18, Kalen Bennett.
Yeah, at this point, you can't let him have that many opportunities. You're going to have to start covering him a little better because you know he's got the hot hand.
We'll certainly see how Coach Anzalone and the Voyagers defense adjust to Bennett, who is heating up here with just over 5 minutes left remaining in the second period.
Yeah, I think the Voyagers had a little bit of a letdown this quarter, maybe because they were up 4-0 and it seemed a little too easy.
Certainly a game of runs in box lacrosse, a similarity to the field game, as Davis gets another face-off win and carries down the far side. Cross crease pass there to who else but Bennett. Shot. Bozy with a save. Voyagers recover. Shovel pass goes there, but intercepted by Marrero. Marrero, Bennett, shot, score! Have a day, Kalen Bennett. As, again, off that aggressive ride you've mentioned, Coach, he nets another one.
And we are tied up at 6s.
6 apiece for both these ball clubs. As Freund and Davis will return to do battle on the faceoff dot.
Time of possession is certainly leaning towards Yetis this quarter.
It certainly has. Doing at least some parts of that young man, number 8, Davis, doing his work on the faceoff dot. Voyagers now the other way, however. Shot there, goes wide.
Little trail check right at the end made it go wide.
Bennett showing some versatility there on the defensive end. I believe that was 34 for Vermont. Maloney on the shot attempt. As Bennett carries down the near side. Bennett uses the pick, gets over the top, shot. Egbozi with the save. Officials will signal a crease violation here, and the Voyagers go the other way. Pass nearly thrown away there. Bounce pass on the far side. Into the middle. This is Gilliam. Gilliam, time, room. Jen with the save.
Nice pickup on the rebound.
Excuse me, that was Lalonde, 31, with the save in cage. Yeti will take it the other way. Oh, check to the head there, and Yeti keep possession here. Throw it into the banners, and we'll have a penalty coming up here on the Voyagers.
Yeah, just getting a little loose with their sticks. I love the aggression, but you still got to keep your stick under control.
Certainly a fine line to walk here, Coach, between the aggression, but also making sure you stay out of the penalty box, although it looks like concurrent penalties here. It's number 2 for the Yeti, Deonwath Elijah, and number 12 for the Voyagers, Peter Gilliam. 2 minutes apiece here on the power play. Or rather, lack thereof here. It looks like we'll have some 4-on-4 lacrosse action for the next couple minutes. Up top for the Voyagers, 47 Sampson initiates, sends it down the near side. Pass across there to Dupree. Dupree drives the middle. Saved by Lalonde. Voyagers recover. They'll elect to pull things out here. This is Hutton. Hutton, lefty rip goes 5-hole. And Hutton puts the Voyagers back up by 1.
That was a nice deceptive shot. Kind of held his stick behind his body, and you could see the goalie was thinking of shifting to the right, and he buried it on the left.
Impressive stick work there on that shot by Henry Hutton, the lefty. Harry Hutton, that is, excuse me. Davis, another face-off win. Yeti carry the other way. This is number 11. Sends it over to 16, Marrero. Marrero on the far side. Time, room. Looked like he used the defender to screen a shot. Pulls the trigger. Egbozi had the initial save. Some extra action here on the crease, and the officials signal a crease violation here on Utica.
There's still 4-on-4. We got about 45 seconds left in the quarter.
That's correct here. Just over 40 seconds and just over 30 seconds on the concurrent penalties here. So we'll be back to even strength eventually with about 5 seconds remaining in the period. Voyagers on the far side. This is Dupree. Dupree drives the middle here. Gets a shot off. Lalonde with the save. Davis. Flex. Carries up the far side. Hear the Yeti bench here yelling to use it here. See if they can get a final shot off. Davis gets double teamed. Ball jars loose. 5 seconds remaining. And time will expire here on the second period. So Voyagers up 7-6. And a bit of a tale of 2 periods there, Coach.
Absolutely, but when it came down to it, now that it got tied, you really saw both teams fighting really hard.
Certainly no lack of effort here. Even if it's a consolation game, both teams going all out. You're watching the NABLL on CVTsport.net. We'll be right back with you for third period action here in a bit. Good morning, lacrosse fans. Welcome back, or welcome to the NABLL. That is the North American Box Lacrosse League here on CVTsport.net. Vermont Voyageurs, Utica Yeti, final stanza here of the 9 a.m. consolation match. Both teams here hoping to close out their series with a win. Davis won that face-off here, and it's Bennett for the Yeti. Bennett, twister shot there from the far side, and Caleb Bennett having himself a monster game here in this one, Coach.
I think that's 6 goals for him today out of the 7 on their team.
I believe you are correct, Coach. Bennett, a lot of their offense running through him here. Knotting things up at 7 apiece. Back to the face-off X. It's Matruk, Davis. Battle for the clamp here. Davis gets the clamp, pulls it away. Loose ball scrap. The Voyageurs actually come up with it. That was number 8, Anderson. Dishes it off here to Dune.
Pulls it out, tries to get it a little settled offense look.
Certainly something the Voyageurs want here as Gilliam behind the back pass there down the near side. Anderson. Shot goes wide. Dune collects in the far side. Short time here on the shot clock for Vermont. 5 to shoot. Sampson. Shot. Saved by Lalonde. Lalonde looking for the quick transition up top. Bobbled there briefly, but then collected by Bennett.
Yeah, Voyageurs back to the hole quickly to shut down any fast break.
Certainly a guy you do not want to give many transition opportunities to there, Coach.
No, he's strong right-hander.
Bennett dishes through the middle there, doesn't quite connect. Loose ball scrap, and eventually gobbled it there behind the cage by the goalie, Agbodzi. Voyageurs carry up the near side. This is Gilliam. 2-on-1 action here. Gilliam dishes to Anderson. Anderson saved by Lalonde. Voyageurs will get the rebound in the reset. And Gilliam buries one with a time and room shot there, Coach.
I loved his unselfish play as he came in and dished it off, but then he managed to fight for that ground ball rebound and then just said, okay, I'm putting it in.
Certainly a heads-up play in more ways than one there for Gilliam as he, like you said, made the unselfish dish there and was the beneficiary of the rebound. Face off here again. Davis having himself a day at the face-off dot here. Dishes off. Marrero and the Utica Yeti answer right back. That's Marrero from the lefty side.
Yeah, that was a nice left-handed shot. Getting up close. Again, that's really where their success has been, is mostly getting themselves into close proximity to get a shot. You're shooting on a 4 foot by 4 foot 6 inch cage, so you really got to get close to be precise with your shots.
Certainly not as much to look at there on that cage as in field lacrosse with the full 6x6. Yeti another face-off win as they'll dish over to Bennett on the far side. Bennett used the defender to screen. Shot doesn't quite make it through. Scramble in the near side. Ball goes up to 19. Jack Kelly sends it to the near side for Dupree. Dupree rolls away.
Nice trail. Cross feed, shot.
Shot goes just wide there. I believe that was number 8, Anderson, on the attempt. And now Bennett will re-trigger for the Yeti here on the far side. Fakes the handoff. Goes for the dunk. Doesn't quite get it. Bodzi up to the task, and I believe there'll be a crease violation on Bennett.
Voyageurs ball.
Carrying the other way, this is Kelly. Kelly drives to the middle. Thought about the shot, dishes it off instead. Voyageurs on the far side here. That was number 10, Freund. Pulled the trigger. Collects his own rebound. Fresh time. Errant pass goes a little wide, however, and Bennett will collect the over and back. Here's Bennett.
A lot of action in the the pick in the two-man game.
Certainly no shortage of pick play here in the indoor game, as Egbodzi was up to the task on that shot. Voyagers home run pass there. The Rafters had other plans, however, and will head the other way. Voyagers are able to get their full defensive complement out quickly, though. On the far side, this is Phillips. Behind the back pass there, didn't quite connect with Longboat. Bennett fighting for the loose ball. However, it's Vermont. This is Colin Wolf, number 24. Collects, carries the other way. 2-on-1 here. Good defense there by Phillips. Shot there doesn't quite go, and that'll bounce out of play. Utica's ball.
Yeah, I like the idea of making that pass, but he was just telegraphing it. It was a little too easy to put a stick up and intercept.
Certainly not a difficult read there for Phillips on that pass. As the Yeti will look to try and break the ice in this stalemate.
They have not led yet in this game.
Well, no lead for the Yeti yet here. Bennett tries to change that on the long-range shot. Doesn't quite go. Voyagers will head the other way.
Well, sometimes those long-range shots is because your shot clock is getting right down to 0, so you got to take the shot.
Absolutely. You have to get one off here and see if you can get something on Cage. As the Voyagers, Gilliam uses the pick, gets over the top here. Gilliam, time route. Lalonde with the save. Yeti carry up the near side here. This is Bennett in the middle. Egbodzi gets the better of that one.
Yeah, Bennett was going for 5-hole, and goalie had a stick covering that up nicely. Oh, he gets in front.
And he scores. Bennett will not be denied on that one. After the initial save by Egbodzi on that possession, Bennett comes right back underneath and buries it again.
Yeah, he's got a nice first step. That's how he gets around his defender, and then he just gets up in front of the goalie. It's one-on-one.
Like you said, Coach, they had not led yet. They do now. 9-8 for the Yeti as we head back to the faceoff dot. Metruk, Davis, another faceoff win here. Coach, I have to imagine Braden Davis, number 8 there. Box lacrosse faceoffs not quite as consequential as in field, but nevertheless, Davis giving his team here a bit of an edge in that department.
Well, it's making the Voyagers actually almost concede it because they're putting an extra defender on the defensive side of the faceoff because they're not expecting to win it because they have barely won any.
That is correct here. They do get an opportunity there, but Lalonde is on top of it. And it looks like they're off ball. Voyagers forward may have ran through the crease, so Yeti will take it the other way. It's number 10, Reese Kennedy, behind the back there. To who else but Bennett?
Covered by who else? Carter Freund.
That's right. Bennett, still marked by Freund, gets the pick. Bennett thought about the shot. Carves through the defense instead. Finishes with a little bit of a twister there. And puts the Yeti up by 2 with just under 6 remaining.
Yeah, I think defensively that was a little bit of chasing sticks and not really getting their hands on the body.
Certainly not a player whose stick you want to be chasing there, Bennett. As you mentioned, Coach, great footwork there to cut through several Voyagers. And it looks like there may have been some outside of the draw extracurriculars. We'll give the Voyagers an opportunity here off the faceoff. On the far side, Sampson sends it across to Gilliam. Gilliam sends it down low. Inside, shot. Opportunity there. Number 39 for Vermont. Shot there, save by Lalonde. Sends it up. Pass meant for Bennett there. Gets away from him. Gilliam surveys. Elects to allow his reinforcements to get on the floor instead. Sends it to the far side. This is Hutton. Hutton. Shot there. Saved by Lalonde. And Kennedy recovers behind the cage. Sends it up to Lydiard. Lydiard dishes it off there to Longboat. Down to Bennett. Bennett gets the pick there. Voyagers defense on top of it. Bennett surveys, gets over the top. Thought about the shot there. Does pull the trigger. Agbozi with the save. Voyagers.
Got 2-on-1 here.
Had a brief 2-on-1 opportunity there. Mark Vandershoot elects to roll away here. Dishing it off to the forwards. On the near side here, this is Maloney. Gives it off to Dupree. Dupree surveys. Loose pass there, collected by Vermont. Shot just wide. And shot clock will expire on the Voyagers. Yeti the other way.
Offensively, I think the Voyagers are just doing a little too much standing around and just trying to shoot from the outside. I'd like to see a little bit more setting picks or try to get a little more inside action.
Often an underrated component of this game, Coach, is that off-ball movement there. Set things up for the offense. Another opportunity for Vermont here, though. Pass initially fumbled there by Freund, but he gets an opportunity. Beautiful opportunity there for Freund, but Lalonde comes to the better of that one. Voyagers do get it back, however. Freund again, and Lalonde again. Up to the task. Freund gets it back. A third opportunity. Lalonde standing tall there in cage, Coach.
That he is, just when they needed it. Voyagers are putting on the pressure, though.
Certainly not letting up are the Vermont Voyagers. And it looks like Coach Anzalone will signal for a timeout. We will take one as well here. You're watching third period action here of the NABLL Juniors Championship Series on CBTSport.net. And welcome back, lacrosse fans, coming out here out of the timeout. Short time remaining here, 2 minutes, 40 seconds remaining in this ball game. Time winding down on the Voyagers. Andrew Bracey here with Lee Morse, our producer, Carl Parton here up in the booth. And now, Coach, kick it to you. What does Vermont have to do here to see if they can maybe get a couple quick ones on the board here and potentially win this ball game?
Well, I like some quick passing. Nice stick movement, but I also think we got a guys got cut through, create some confusion, set picks, finding somebody open, get to the inside.
You're absolutely right, Coach. Just a little bit of Vermont from Vermont just there. Some inside cutting there, creating the opportunity for Gilliam. Lalonde got the save, though. Physical play for the loose ball here, but Voyagers do get it back with the reset. Gilliam again. Gets back over the top. Shot. Lalonde with the save. Break opportunity here. Who else but Bennett? See if it goes. He's up to the task. And shot goes just wide. And a rare miss there for Kalen Bennett. The Voyagers will head the other way.
Yeah, I think the goalie played that really well to create that missed shot.
He certainly did, Coach. Tough break for Vermont here, though, as a pass goes a little high and into the Yeti bench.
Sometimes when you're down by 2, you're just a little too amped up, and simple things like little passes, trying to get it to the guy's shoulder, just end up going overhead, and it's a turnover, unfortunately.
Certainly a possibility in a high-pressure situation here for the Voyagers. Can either be gripping the sticks a little too loose or a little too tightly. They do get this one back, however. Going the other way is 39 for Vermont. Heavy pressure there by Bennett. Voyagers roll away. Dish to the inside. Dupree. Lalonde with the save. And Voyagers almost collected it for the rebound. Scrap here in front of the Yeti bench. Voyagers do eventually get it. This is Goyette. Surveys. Sends it across the floor. This is Doon. Doon. Shot. And looked like it was eventually a save there. Lalonde got the save. And much to the chagrin of the Yeti bench here, it looks like number 20, Tyler Phillips, getting called here for a delay of game.
Well, last time Voyagers had a man-up opportunity, I believe it was Harry Hutton who buried it from the left side, and that was a result of some good ball movement.
You're absolutely right, Coach. We do see Hutton right back here on the far side wing there. Plays catch with Gilliam. Gilliam to the near side, Anderson. Anderson sends it down low, back up to Gilliam. Gilliam shot. Didn't quite get through to Lalonde there. Dupree with the rebound shot. Lalonde to save. Anderson, another save there for Lalonde, excuse me. Anderson gets it back. Just over 20 seconds remaining in this one. Hutton, just off cage here. And the Utica defense surviving a barrage of shots here from the Voyagers power play.
Yeah, the Voyagers pulled their goalie initially.
That they did, Coach. And it looks like Bozy was able to get back in there, but nevertheless, a backhanded goal by who else? Dalen Bennett.
That might even be a triple hat trick.
It may very well be, Coach. And time will expire here on the 9 a.m. consolation matchup. Congratulations to the Utica Yeti on the final victory to close things out. Congrats as well to the Vermont Voyagers for a strong performance throughout this series here. It's been a pleasure watching both teams. Lacrosse fans, don't go anywhere. However, we got plenty of action here. Coming up for you, 10:30, we will have the Pool A semifinal between the Paper City Oaks and the Invergrove Heights Isotopes. Coach, plenty excited to be excited about with that matchup coming up here.
Oh, 100%, especially the way they played so hard yesterday to get here in this position, and they know they're one win away from a championship game.
That they are. So lacrosse fans, don't go anywhere. Plenty in store for you here this morning in Essex Junction, Vermont. I'm Andrew Bracey here with Lee Morse and producer Carl Parton. And we'll be right back with you at 10:30 for semifinal action here for the NABLL Juniors Championship Series on CVTsport.net.
The Woodchuck Lacrosse Development. Tonight's broadcast and the Vermont Voyagers are proudly sponsored by Woodchuck Lacrosse Development. Woodchuck Lacrosse Development is a Vermont-based 501c3 nonprofit dedicated to growing the game of lacrosse and making it accessible to athletes of all backgrounds, focusing on skill development, creativity, confidence, and community. Woodchuck Lacrosse is built on the belief that every athlete deserves the chance to play. Through school programs, camps, clinics, and the Vermont Box Lacrosse League, Woodchuck provides fun, affordable, and meaningful opportunities for players to learn and compete and thrive. To learn more, support the mission, or get involved, visit woodchucklax.com. Woodchuck Lacrosse Development, growing the game, building community, and creating opportunity.
We'd also like to thank Common Roots Farm. The Vermont Voyagers appreciate the partnership with Common Roots. Common Roots Farm Stand, located in South Village, just off of Spear Street, offers 45 varieties of fresh, local, and organic produce, salad greens, strawberries, and pick your own flowers. Or join us on Friday evenings from May through October for live music and Friday night flatbreads at Wheeler House, located on Dorset Street, adjacent to South Burlington Community Gardens. Common Roots, nourish to flourish.
We'd also like to thank the Bull Rock Corporation. Based in Vermont, Bull Rock Corporation is a high-growth renewable energy company with operations throughout the Northeast. Bull Rock designs and constructs American-made solar systems with a focus on quality and performance using American-made materials. Bull Rock Corporation, a proud sponsor of Vermont Voyagers Lacrosse.
And SimQuest. SimQuest is proud to sponsor the Vermont Voyagers with industry-leading IT services and office technology solutions. SimQuest's team is dedicated to keeping their customers safe against an increasing number of cyber security risks. A 13-time Vermont Best of Business Award winner, SimQuest has your back so you can focus on doing what you do best. Visit simquest.com to learn more.
Also made possible by the Vermont Box Lacrosse League. The Vermont Box Lacrosse League is proud to support the Vermont Voyagers. The VBLL provides Vermont youth and high school athletes the opportunity to play true box lacrosse in a competitive, instructional, positive environment. With teams in Barrie, Essex, and Middlebury, the VBLL is growing the game one shift at a time. Learn more and register at woodchucklax.com/VBLL.
And finally, the Vermont Agency. Vermont Voyager fans, tonight's game is proudly sponsored by Matthew Walker, financial planner with the Vermont Agency in Colchester, Vermont. Matthew is a former Division I lacrosse player who proudly supports the Vermont Voyagers and is dedicated to helping individuals and families with retirement planning, investment strategies, college planning, and protecting their financial future. If you're looking for trusted financial guidance and a game plan for your future, call Matthew Walker today at 802 318 6183. That's 802 318 6183. The Vermont Agency, your financial solutions partner.
Good morning, lacrosse fans, and welcome back, or welcome to the NABLL, that is the North American Box Lacrosse League Juniors Championship Series action here in Essex Junction, Vermont. You're here with us on CVTsport.net. I'm Andrew Bracey, joined up here by Coach Lee Morse, producer Carl Parton here up in the broadcast booth. And, Coach, we have what looks to be an interesting and no doubt what will be an exciting matchup here in Game 2 of today's action between the Maine Northmen and the Invergrove Heights Isotopes.
Yeah, and both these teams worked hard to get here. One of the obvious differences between the teams is the number of players on each team. So it'll be interesting how well the Northmen can control the ball and keep their legs fresh for the full 3 periods.
Certainly a difference in numbers here. We're looking at both benches. Isotopes running a full complement here today. Northmen a little bit lighter numbers. However, if all else fails, they can certainly fall back on the reliable goalie play of none other than Damian Bierstecker, who had himself a night yesterday evening, particularly in the last matchup of the evening on Saturday. Almost single-handedly at times held off a barrage of shots from the Thousand Island Spirits, putting the Northmen here in this semifinal.
And that's often the case when you get into playoffs. Team with a hot goalie can really go far.
They certainly can. We'll see how he does, see if he can do more of the same here against, no doubt, a high-octane Isotopes offense here. Made a statement in their opening matchup against the Paper City Oaks in yesterday's action. Winning, I believe it was 11-1 or 12-1 against the Oaks.
And then they had a tight one against the Vermont Voyagers.
That they did, Voyagers. Certainly keeping things interesting in that last matchup, a nail-biter for that one. And we'll see if the Northmen can pull off the same, possibly even get a victory here to secure a place in the championship. As both teams will go ahead and take the floor here. In goal for the Isotopes, number 88, Beck Hagen. Goalie out of Hopkins, Minnesota himself. No slouch either between the pipes here. Solid performances yesterday. And as we mentioned beforehand, for the Northmen, Damian Bierstecker. Bierstecker out of Massachusetts.
For the Isotopes on the face-off dot, we have number 40, Alex Morelli. Going against number 93, Nicholas Permucci.
Both physical face-off men here. Got a good look at the two of them yesterday. We just saw Morelli warming up here, just to the right of the camera. And we are underway. Morelli will get that initial possession here. First look at the Isotopes. Offensive set here in the opening semifinal action. Isotopes. Dish up top. Pass intended for number 8. There's Anders Smig. Goes a little behind. And the Northmen will come here the other way. This will be number 88, Fisher Gadbois. Will initiate things up here up top for the Northmen. Carries to the far side. Gadbois surveys. Dishes it across. This is Leland McDonald. Had himself a heck of a performance yesterday for the Northmen. McDonald carries. Just barely evades a double team. Rolls back. Shot. And Hagen makes the initial save. Hagen sends it up the far side. This is Dakota Rowan. Hands it off to Pedersen. Pedersen carries to the far side.
Setting a pick.
Good pick there. Shot. Goes just wide. And out of play.
That was a nice pick and fade.
That certainly was. Anders Smig there on the pick and fading away there. Generated a solid shot opportunity. Went just wide of the cage. And now it'll be Northmen the other way here.
I expect the Isotopes to try to be physical, see if they can wear down the Northmen.
They certainly have the numbers for it, Coach, here. We'll see what they can do to stave off high scoring potential here, Northman offense, as they certainly proved yesterday evening. That's McDonald again on the opportunity. Hagan gobbles that one up. And it looks like we have a penalty coming up here on the Northmen. On the Isotopes. That's going to be number 55, Justin Tank. We'll head to the penalty box here.
Looks like that was a holding call.
Holding call there will give us first look at the Northmen power play. And McDonald will initiate from up top. Sends it down to number 7, Jack Bureau. Bureau gets it back. Surveys, passes up top. McDonald behind the back to Bureau. Fumbles it briefly, retains. Bureau, shot, save again by Hagan. Bureau sends the rebound back up to McDonald. McDonald, time, room, shot, just wide. That one goes up into the rafters there, so it'll be Northman ball.
Yeah, if you watch the contact away from the ball, they're definitely chippy and getting a little jabs after each other.
That they are. And pardon me, that was Isotopes ball off the missed shot. As you are correct, Coach. Teams exchanging some early pleasantries, we'll say, off ball here. As Henry Johnson here drives the middle, 86. Shot, save there. Damian Bierstecker getting his first save of the action. Johnson gets the rebound here behind the cage.
And they're playing man down, so that's why we got the double.
You are correct here. Northmen have the double team there. Johnson evades. Behind the back attempt there. Goes just high. Isotopes retain possession here. This is number 0, Schmig. Schmig shot. And Bierstecker sits on top of that one. Possession back to the Northmen.
30 seconds left on the penalty play.
Northmen, power play for a little bit longer here. And the hidden ball trick goes. It looked like they faked a handoff up to McDonald, who pretended he was carrying it over the top here. Didn't quite see who finished that one for the Northmen. Nevertheless, Northmen early on the board. Face off. Another win here for Morelli. Pressure behind by Michaud. Morelli escapes, hands it off to the offense. This is Schmig, far side. Schmig, two-man game. Works over the top. Hands it off to 61, Gavino Lehman. Ball with Scribner now, number 1, Scribner. Short side attempt there, and it trickles past Bierstecker. And Scribner puts the Isotopes on the board here, knot things up 1 apiece.
Yeah, the Isotopes are good on that two-man play, setting the momentary pick, then going a slip off of that, and creating just enough opportunity for the shot.
Just that little bit of space there, all Scribner needed. Short side goal there. Morelli, another face-off win here.
Yeah, it's strong. That's 3 in a row.
3 for 3. Perfect so far for Alex Morelli on the dot as Henry Johnson drives, and just like that, back-to-back goals for the Isotopes. Gives them the 2-1 lead.
Nice little jump up and a nice finish with a twister on that one.
Henry Johnson taking advantage there. Excuse me, Bradley Johnson, that is. I've been saying Henry this whole time. Beautiful goal nevertheless here. Back to the face-off. Morelli had the initial draw there, fumbled it a bit in front of the Northman bench. Johnson's there for the loose change, however. Johnson surveys.
There's another pick.
Good pick there. That was number 13, Lane Colgy.
Errant pass and picked up by number 10, Leighton McDonald.
McDonald again there, looked for the feed. Across there. Couldn't quite connect there with 88. Fisher Gadbois. Isotopes the other way. Good ride there by Gadbois, however, gives the Northmen the ball right back.
Yeah, nice check.
Northmen up top here with Martin.
I think that shot hit his own man.
I believe you were correct, Coach. That one got through, but Hagen was on top of it.
Nice clearing pass.
Good pass there, despite some heavy riding pressure from the Northmen. Diving attempt there. Doesn't quite go. Bierstecker was on top of it. That was Scribner on the attempt.
That was a nice setup for the tic-tac-toe. Just couldn't finish.
Certainly was. And it looks like the Northmen here, after some loose ball scrum action, will get it. McDonald carries up the far side. Bounce pass to Gadbois. Gadbois surveys. 15 left on the shot clock here. Little two-man game. Sends it across. McDonald. Back to the inside. Martin. Shot. Save by Hagen. Rebound, however. McDonald collects, and fresh shot clock here for the Northmen. Coach, I don't think enough can be said with these numbers about the importance of getting those shot clock resets here on offense. Looks like we have a man down in front of the cage, though. I believe that's Martin. Some off-ball contact there. Certainly hope he's all right. Looks like we'll take a little break for the injury here. Not seeing any ATs take the floor yet. Looks like Martin's able to get up under his own power, however. Good to see. That's Watay Martin. A little bit of a limp there, dropping his left shoulder. Certainly hope he's all right.
Yeah, they can ill afford to have him out.
Certainly not. Martin, a big physical presence, both offensively and defensively for the Northmen, who already don't have the most numbers here. They do catch a break, however, on the errant pass. Bounced off the stick of Xander Schmig and out of play. And Gadbois will carry the other way for the Northmen. Gadbois sends it up to Vernucci.
If you want to see some contact, watch how the Isotopes are working on Michaud, number 20.
Absolutely there. Physical defense by the Isotopes, and it pays off. This is Johnson the other way. Johnson, feed down low. Can't quite connect there with Scribner. Scribner collects the loose change, sends it up top to Pedersen. Pedersen surveys. Gives it down to Schmig.
A little sweep off the pick.
Another sweep there as Johnson splits the double. Tried to go 5-hole there on Bierstecker. Bierstecker wasn't having it. Loose outlet pass, bounces off the boards and right to the stick of McDonald, who elects to pull it away.
Yeah, Biersticker's got quick knees. Ready to come down and stop that low shot.
He does, and not the easiest thing moving around in all that gear, Coach, but both these goalies here making it look a little easier than it probably is.
Well, as we said in the beginning of the broadcast, he's an athletic goalie, and he's showing it.
That he is. As the Northmen, McDonald, time and room, shot, Hagen up to the task. Ball bounces off of Hagen out of play, which will give Northmen the reset. McDonald, quick re-trigger. Save again by Hagen. Isotopes possession here as I believe that's number 36, Dakota Rowan, carried down the far side. Loose pass trickled through here, eventually collected by Pedersen. Sends it up top to Schmig. Schmig gives it up to Scribner up top. Sends it down to Johnson. Johnson over the top here. Feet behind the cage. Diving shot! And the official signals no good. It looks like that was number 13. Colgy Lane. Crease violation there, but a power play. coming up here for the Isotopes. And it looks like that was number 10, McDonald, heading to the penalty box. Not quite sure what the call was there. I heard slash called down there. That'll give the Isotopes, I believe, their first power play of the game.
You are right, Andrew.
Isotopes moving it around here. Good ball movement to the inside. That was Lane. Bierstecker, of course, up to the task. Looks like Martin carrying up the field. Good to see him back out there. Heavily pressured, doesn't matter. Gets the shot off. A little bit wide there of Hagen.
Little 2-on-2, 3-on-2.
Yeah, a little classic build-up drill there, Coach. And Voyagers get their pieces out here. Still a little over a minute here remaining on the power play. Johnson faked it, dove to the near side, and somehow puts it over the stick side shoulder there of Bierstecker.
Nice wraparound. He tried that from the other side earlier and wasn't successful, but give him a second chance, and he made it pay off.
He certainly did. Second opportunity there. Goes for Johnson. Isotopes now up by 2. And the goal looks like the goal will wave off the remainder of the power play. So back to even strength here. This will be Morelli again on the draw. Against 34 here, Roman McLeod in relief of Vernucci. Morelli sends it back to his defenders. That's Lane, collects loose change. Errant pass though, bounces off the boards here. Loose ball scrap in the middle. That's Jack Bureau recovers, gives it to Gadbois, shot. Couldn't tell if that bounced off the pipe or if Hagen got the save.
I think Hagen got the save with the upper arm.
I think you are correct, Coach. And Isotopes recover here. That was 61 here. Lehman got mobbed by a couple Northmen. Got it to Johnson there, who got the shot off, but Bierstecker up to the task there on the breakaway.
Yeah, that was a carbon copy of his shot earlier, jumping up and going with the twister.
Certainly was. Johnson electing to go for the elevation factor here on several of his shots. As he has the ball again, near side.
Yeah, key for the goalies is to be disciplined and not go for those fakes.
It certainly is.
Easier said than done.
Especially in all that gear, no less. On the near side, Lehman. Feed to the inside, doesn't quite connect. Far side scrap here, Vernucci and Schmig battling for it. Ref will blow the whistle, and shot clock expires, giving Northmen the ball.
And that's a great defensive strategy right there. You don't have to pick up the ball. You just got to keep the other team from picking up the ball, and the shot clock ends, and now you have possession.
You're certainly correct there, Coach. Sometimes just forcing the shot clock to trickle down is perfectly valid strategy. 40 seconds here remaining in the first period. As the Isotopes back on the attack here.
Long pass.
This is Lane.
Nice defensive recovery.
Voyagers, Northmen wasting no time getting their defensive pieces back in. Schmig off the wall there to Pedersen. Pedersen gets the pick, carries over the top, shot, save by Bierstecker.
Boy, he looks alive.
He certainly does here. Isotopes do collect the rebound for the reset. Little two-man game there. Lane, shot goes wide to the inside. McDonald.
Do it.
Sent a Hail Mary there down the floor. A little off cage, and that'll wrap things up for the first period, Coach. Isotopes up 3-1.
Yeah, I'd say that Maine did a nice job of accepting the barrage of shots in that first period, and now they just got to realize they can play with these guys. But I think when they have the ball, that's when they're going to have to be selective to get their shots to count.
We'll certainly see if they are in this next period. Second period action coming up here to you next. You're watching the NABLL here on CVTsport.net. Good morning, lacrosse fans. Welcome back, or welcome to here. Second period action coming up between the Invergrove Heights Isotopes and the Maine Northmen. Isotopes up 3-1 here. Fairly low-scoring affair so far here. Andrew Bracey, joined here by Lee Morris, Carl Parton, our producer, and Coach. Not a whole lot of numbers here on the Northman bench here, but didn't seem to make too drastic of a difference here in the opening stanza anyway.
No, they've got to play their game, right? They know they don't have the numbers, so they've got to really honor those possessions when they do have them.
Possession will certainly be key here. This time it's the Isotopes. Back-to-back shots here from Johnson. Bierstecker up to the task on both of those. Loose ball scrap here in the far corner. Northman eventually came up with it, but pass thrown away there. That was Masterson was the intended target. Isotopes will have a fresh possession here coming the other way.
Yeah, I know what he was thinking, trying to get the ball up. But
yeah, certainly he was looking for that breakaway opportunity. Possession came back to the Isotopes, though, and that was number 13, Lane Colgy, taking advantage of the time and room opportunity from up top.
Yeah, and the key there was that ball wasn't in his stick very long. So he caught it, and he had that release so quickly. It's hard for goalies to track the ball out, when it comes out of the stick so fast.
It certainly is. Quick and efficient movement puts the Isotopes up by 3. Open up this second stanza. Face off. This one initially won by the Northmen, but turnover forced here by the Isotopes. This is Johnson on the far side. Gives it up to Scribner. Scribner, little two-man game here. Johnson elects to go underneath. Another elevation jump shot here, and maybe slightly different than the other two. Just went right in front of the cage, but he buries another high elevation jumping shot there, Coach.
Right, so he elevates and goes up, which gets the goalie to stand up, and then he shoots it down low.
Changing levels, certainly an important factor both in the indoor and the outdoor game, and certainly a variety of ways to do it. Back to the face-off dot here, Morelli. Looks like it'll be Michaud, 20, coming out in relief of Vernucci. And I think like Michaud may have gone a little early. Officials will let him play, however. And Northman will collect here. Martin, who went down the first period. Oh, takes a shot up high there, and the referees will catch it. High cross check there on Martin. And it looks like it's the Isotopes face-off man, Morelli, will take a trip to the penalty box. Imposing body there, Martin, but he's certainly been on the receiving end of some physical play. Good to see him still out there, though.
In the last power play, the Isotopes tended to really pack it in deep, see if they keep to that or whether they're willing to stretch out.
We certainly will here. As the Northmen, good ball moving around the top. Up to McDonald. It's a pick play up top here. Gave him a screen. Hagen was able to track it, though, and make the save. This is off to Schroeder, up the near side. Errant pass there, trickles away.
Yeah, it was a nice check, caused that errant pass.
Certainly did. This is Northman the other way here. Dished off to the far side. Vernucci up top. Sends it back up to McDonald, who pass almost got away, but good handle there by McDonald. Here's Martin on the near side. Sends it across, back to McDonald. McDonald dodged past a couple defenders there, behind the cage. Thought about a dunk attempt. Tried the other way. Didn't quite go, however. Hagen with the save and the crease violation. Isotopes the other way.
So it'll be interesting how the Isotopes run this, because that was a 5-minute major.
That it was. Contact to the head here. Player safety certainly a priority in this series, as Johnson Thought about dodging underneath. Dishes to the middle instead. That was Kolji. And Bierstecker tracked that one all the way. Isotopes got the reset, however. Still moving around the perimeter. Johnson surveys. Northman send a double team. He splits it, drives to the inside, behind the back. Doesn't quite connect there for Scribner, but he collects the loose ball. And looks like a helmet came off there on the off-ball action there. I think Johnson may have taken a bit of a late here. Looks like he did. That'll be number 34 for the Northmen. Roman McLeod heading to the penalty box.
Well, now we're back to 4-on-4.
That we are. 4-on-4 lacrosse action here. Just over 9.5 minutes left in this second period. Northman, Kolji will initiate from up top. Sends it down the far side to Scribner. Scribner uses the pick play over the top. Diving shot there. And it's a good goal. Lane Kolji buries it in for the Isotopes and puts them up by 5. 6-1 here, 9 minutes remaining in this second stanza.
I feel like Maine was just playing that one a little flat-footed.
They certainly seem to be here. As you see, again, the staggering difference in numbers here on the bench.
Whereas the Isotopes were definitely in a let's go mode. Maine was sort of defending, but kind of passive and kind of straight knees rather than the bent knee and making the physical contact you want.
Certainly makes a difference here when you're trying to apply that defensive pressure. As the Northmen now off a face-off win is Biro, diving shot, and it goes. Hagen had initially gotten a piece, but nevertheless trickled in there, and a diving effort pays off there for number 7, Jack Biro.
Yeah, and that's a key response to that last goal, is to get aggressive and get right back at it.
Northmen certainly doing what they can to stave off here this momentum that the Isotopes have been building, and it'll be an and-one situation as they get the penalty coming up on number 36 for Invergrove Heights. That's Dakota Rowan. Heads to the penalty box there. So it looks like it'll be some brief 4-on-3 lacrosse action here. As another 2-minute penalty goes up on the board here for the Isotopes. Northman will be down here up here for a little over 30 seconds. McDonald, back to Gadbois. Play catch up there, shot by McDonald. Hagen was ready for it. McDonald, rebound again. Hagen the save. No over and back, however, as it did glance off the goalie. Tracking it down here for the Isotopes is Chisholm behind the cage, has the defender hung. Voyagers will send 2, though, and he rolls it right up there to number 55. That's Justin Tank, who will elect to hold it and get the reinforcements on. Should be even strength here now with 2 penalties still going. As the attempt there by the Isotopes doesn't quite fall, and Gadbois will carry up the far side. You hear the Isotopes bench there, letting their defense know they are.
With the hidden ball trick.
It has worked once or twice so far this series. I believe just about every team has tried it at least once. And I believe the Northmen were one of them. Shot there by Gadbois. Glances off the off-stick shoulder of Hagen. Northmen recover, however. McDonald behind the back pass there, down to Biro. Pulls away, rolls out. Behind the back again. This time Biro, Hagen the save.
Yeah,
heavy defense there. Behind the cage action as Hagen came out to try and set a pick on Martin. I'll say there, Coach, there's a fairly long list of things I'd rather do there before trying to get in the way of that young man, Martin.
100%.
And some friendly pleasantries there exchanged behind the cage. It's McDonald and I believe Number 55 there for the Isotope, Tank. Exchanging some extracurriculars. We'll see if any penalties go up on the board here. Well, it looks like officials are signaling a 2-minute holding call, I believe, on number 55 there, Tank. So it should be back to 4-on-4 action here for the next just over 40 seconds.
And with a fresh shot clock, they can kind of choose to move the ball around and let the play develop.
That they certainly can here as Martin slip pass down low to Gadbois. Had a nice opportunity down low there. Shot went just wide. Rebound goes to Martin. Cross crease feed there down low as McDonald couldn't quite corral that one. Shot there by Biro went right into the stick of Schroeder. Biro collects the loose change. Ball loose in front. And the officials signaling a shot clock violation going the other way. This is Cole G up top for the Isotopes. Marked there by Stewart. Penalty released, so Northman on defense, but they do have an extra man. Bench yelling to double the ball. Slip behind the back pass there. Nearly went there. That was a nice fake by Kolji, but shot just goes just wide. Northman attacking the other way here. Bounce pass goes to Gadbois. Gadbois. A little extra protection there from Martin on the near side. Ball works over to McDonald. McDonald works over the top there. Rolls away. Pick there from Biro. McDonald shot. Nice opportunity there. Rebound. And the rebound goes there. That was number 20 for the Northmen, Nicholas Michaud. After a flurry of shots there, turned away by Hagan, Michaud finally gets one by.
I think that first shot, goalie made the save, but it got up just behind him, and then the spin, it bounced into the cage.
That it did. Trickled there behind Hagan. As Michaud brings the Northmen back within 3. It's Vernucci and Morelli doing battle on the dot for Morelli. Another face-off win. Escapes pressure on the near side and lets his offense go to work. Up top here, it's Scribner. Over to Johnson. Johnson lets the pick go there. A little slip pass to the inside. No trigger pulled there. Johnson right on top there. Bierstecker was on it.
Nice chest save.
Good movement from the goalie, Bierstecker. Looks like he may have held on to it a little too long, however. Right back to the Isotopes. Cross crease feed there, and Bierstecker was on top of it. Ball bounces out of play. Officials are indicating it glanced off a Northman defender. Ball right back to the Isotopes. Fresh shot clock. Johnson carries to the inside. Johnson fake. Tried again. Bierstecker on top of it. Wraparound shot there. Again, it's Johnson on the attempt. Bierstecker was up to the task here. Physical play in the far corner. Martin all over Lehman on that one in the far side. Johnson tears the inside through a sea of defenders, gets a shot off, goes wide.
Yeah, that was a heavy barrage of offense.
And it certainly was. Both these goalies here getting their money's worth in this matchup.
Just over a minute left in the period.
Time winding down here as the Isotopes up 6-3 on the Northmen. Here's Gadbois on the near side. Carries over the top here off the pick. Shot. I think it glanced off a defender. Doesn't quite get through. Here's Schroeder carrying down the near side. Schroeder evades the check here. Hands it off to Schmig. Schmig uses the pick over the top here. Back down to Kolji. Excuse me, Kolji up top.
Nice ball movement.
As McCoy behind the cage. Gives it up to the Pedersen. Shot. Tried to go 5-hole there on Bierstecker, he wasn't having it. McDonald carries the other way.
Yeah, nice collection on that rebound.
Certainly was there. McDonald gets the pick from Biro. Shot. Saved by Hagan. And physical hit there. Right in front of the Isotopes cage. That was McDonald. Cleaned out Brendan Grimm. And time winds down there on the second period. Plenty of physical play in this one here, Coach.
Absolutely, end-to-end action. But the Isotopes are just a little quicker, a little more aggressive on offense, and putting the Northmen a little bit more on the defense.
They certainly are, showing there on the scoreboard. Isotopes up 6-3 here. Don't go anywhere, folks. Got one more period of action here. We'll see what the Northmen can cook up here in this final stanza. You're watching the NABLL here on CVGsport.net.
The Edge Sports and Fitness. The Edge specializes in helping athletes achieve their maximum potential in sports, as well as helping people increase their quality of life through exercise and fitness programs. We offer competitive as well as pickup leagues in sports, ranging from soccer to lacrosse to basketball. We also offer hundreds of group fitness classes each month, personal training sessions, and small group training. Edge Fitness and Edge Sports and Fitness.
Good morning, lacrosse fans. Welcome back, or welcome to final period action here between the Maine Northmen and the Invergrove Heights Isotope. First semifinal matchup here of this NABLL Juniors Championship Series here in Essex Junction, Vermont. I'm Andrew Bracey, joined up here by Lee Morse, producer Carl Parton, as Morelli for the Isotopes gets another face-off win here.
Certainly been dominant at the face-off dot all night.
That he has. Good performance in pool play as well. As Pedersen dodges underneath, shot there from Kolge, just wide. Turned away by Biersticker. Up top it's Scribner. Feed down low to Lehman didn't quite connect. And loose ball collected there by the Northmen. Here's Vernucci carrying up the far side. Gives it off to Gadbois.
Northmen looking to be patient here.
That they are, as Gadbois thought about the shot opportunity, elects to send it up to Biro instead. Biro surveys over to McDonald. McDonald underneath. McDonald tried for the dunk opportunity there. Turned away off the back of Hagan. And Hagan, pass deflected there, however. McDonald not letting up here on the ride. Isotopes the other way. Here's Pedersen. Surveys. Sent it across. Johnson, the intended target here. Couldn't quite corral it, but gets it back. Feed down low here. That was McCoy with the diving shot, just wide.
Fabulous save by the goalie.
Indeed, Bierstecker. Not letting the Northmen go away quietly here, keeping them in this one. Here's Gadbois. Sends it up to Biro. Over to, I believe that was Vernucci here. Physical play off ball there. Schroeder and Michaud. Physical play off ball. Officials will signal a Northman possession the other way. Shot clock will reset. Northman continued possession going the same way.
Yeah, that's kind of Isotopes' MO on defense is off ball, just hack and keep those guys from having any chance of getting the ball inside.
Isotopes defense not giving in here. Biro tried the hidden ball trick there to Vernucci. Hagen wasn't falling for it. Northmen tend to shoot on the shot clock here as again, Michaud and Schroeder are getting into it. Pass goes off the boards wide, and shot clock will give Isotopes the possession. As number 1 Scribner there goes down to collect the ball to restart. Scribner sends it up to Kolge. Over to Pedersen. Pedersen across. Scribner again. Gets underneath. Underneath 2 defenders. Behind the cage. Feet up top. Kolge. Time, room. Shot save. Bierstecker.
Fresh shot clock.
Fresh time indeed for the Isotopes. Shot there. Another save by Bierstecker. As Pedersen tried to get in there for maybe a rebound, and Martin wasn't having it.
I think for the Northmen, it's going to be key to be the one to get the next goal in this period.
It certainly is here. Northmen could use some momentum here. Almost get it there. Hagen turns it away. Rebound dunk opportunity tried by McDonald. As physical play ensuing behind the ball. And it looked like that was 36, Rowan getting into it with Martin. And now officials are signaling at least Rowan will be heading to the penalty box here. And it looks like Martin will be mirroring him on the opposite side here. So concurrent penalties for both teams. As we see, 2 minutes had initially gone up there on the board against the Isotopes. I'll let the officials sort things out. It looks like it's going to be a 5-minute major against the Isotopes. And a 2-minute against the Northmen. So after 2 minutes here, it'll be 5 on 4 for 3 featuring the Isotopes, already up by 3.
Well, the Isotopes certainly have been aggressive, but I think you don't, at this point, you really, in order to win, you want to kind of stay out of the penalty box, right?
Certainly an important factor there. We've seen teams go on lengthy scoring droughts and give up several off of time spent there in the sin bin. As the Isotopes get this one back, it's Chisholm. Dishes it off for Grimm. Rolls away. Gives it to Schmig. Schmig will let his reinforcements get on. Surveys, 4-on-4 action here. Here's Scribner. Tried to beat Bierstecker on the near side, denied. Errant pass there from the Northman defense. And penalty coming up again. And this time, looks like it's going to be McDonald heading to the box, and had a little extra there for Johnson. Also taking a trip to the penalty box here. And certainly starting to see some foot traffic clog up on that end of the field.
Yeah, I think this is a little frustration is being exhibited here.
That it is here. Both these clubs talented but physical. As Scribner here will re-trigger from up top.
So now we got 3-on-3, which means a lot more space.
That we do here. Plenty of room to work here for the Isotopes. Pedersen over to Scribner. Scribner underneath. Dodge. And he beats Bierstecker. I think that one may have finally gone 5-hole. Doesn't happen often against Bierstecker, but Scribner makes it happen.
And that's the advantage in a 3-on-3 situation.
That it is.
You don't have a backup man to slide if you get beat. So get beat and it's 1-on-1 against the goalie.
That it is here, as one of the penalties has expired on the Northmen, so I believe they'll be up 4-on-3 for a little bit here.
Yeah, they just got to wait till the face-off is over before he can come out.
That they do, and right on cue, Martin comes out of the box. So 3 against 4 here. Isotopes on the offensive end. It looks like the Northman will be content just to keep an extra man on the inside here to deny any in-close shots. Five on the shot clock here. Opportunity there. Nearly trickled back here. Bierstecker sits on that one as that was Gavino Lehman on the near side shot opportunity. And looks like the goalies will be taking a little hydration break. We'll take one here ourselves. You are watching the NABLL Juniors Championship Series on CVTsport.net. And welcome back, lacrosse fans, here out of a brief timeout. Northmen with possession here. Some brief 4-on-3 action pending the expiration of these concurrent penalties. Northmen, this is Michaud. Feed down low. Briefly connected there with Gadbois. Tried to feed it across the crease. Couldn't quite connect. And coming the other way is Miles Chisholm. Carries down the near side. Elects to roll away. Escapes a couple of defenders here. Carries to the far side. Chisholm.
Just burning a little clock.
Absolutely. As he gives it up there to Kolge. And penalties. Last couple penalties there released. Still one up on the boards there on the Isotopes. So Northman will be up now 5-on-4 for just over a minute. Here's Gadbois, marked by Schroeder. Carries behind the cage. Sends it up top to McDonald, who's out of the penalty box here. McDonald rolls away from pressure here, gives it up to Vernucci. Back to McDonald. McDonald carves through a couple defenders, shot there. Hagen on top of it.
That was a great face dodge to get that shot off.
Certainly was, Coach. You mentioned McDonald's footwork there earlier. You certainly saw it firsthand there. Hagen making a good save, however. As the Isotopes now here, still shorthanded for another 30 seconds. Here's Lehman. Sends it down to Scribner. Scribner gets the pick. Rolls away underneath. Surveys. Scribner. Shot right into the throat guard there of Bierstecker. And Northmen will look to head the other way. Bierstecker, kind of a loose outlet up there, and Isotopes defense is there for it. Down to Scribner. That was a bit of a chuck-up pass there, a little uncharacteristic.
I don't know that his guys were breaking the cut to get open for him.
Yeah, he may have had no other option. You're absolutely right, Coach. As another loose ball trickles down to the defensive zone for the Isotopes.
This is where the lack of depth on your team is starting to show on the heavy legs.
You can certainly see it here as these Northmen still giving it their all here, but undoubtedly tired here after a lot of game action here between yesterday and today. Here's Bernucci. Inside feed, Biro. Can't quite corral it, rolls away. Biro gets a pick over the top, rolls back on the near side, behind the cage. 5 to shoot. Errant pass there will give the Isotopes the over and back possession. Under 4 minutes here remaining.
We're all even, 5-on-5.
Even strength here as the Northmen still have a 4-goal deficit here to try and overcome if they're going to have a shot at this championship game. Here's Johnson. Pick and slip there from McCoy. McCoy inside feed. And Bierstecker denies. Up the far side there. Gadbois taking a couple of whacks there from Johnson. Johnson succeeds in jarring it loose here. Isotopes the other way. Officials will signal a penalty there.
Looks like an interference.
I believe that it was here, as Northmen will catch a break here and get possession with a fresh shot clock. Here's Biro. Physical action again off ball here, as Michaud practically had Rowan in a headlock there. And officials didn't like that one, so Michaud will take a trip to the box, as will Rowan, though. Michaud and Rowan getting to know each other a little bit there off ball, and officials will say that's good for a trip to the penalty box here.
Well, the Northmen are feeling the pinch of not having enough time.
That they are, and I believe the official just signaled to Rowan that he's out for the game. I believe that's a major. Official signals 2 5s. And so Rowan is out. Not sure if that's just for the rest of the game or if that would be for the championship too. And looks like that'll be number 10 here. Marek Tribovec will serve for the Isotopes. Under 2 minutes remaining here. Concurrent penalties. So it should be 4-on-4 action for the remainder of this one. Looked like there may have been some off-ball interference there. We'll give Northmen possession back. Short time to work with, however, just over a minute and a half remaining.
Yeah, love to see a little more urgency.
That you would here. Not the quickest ball movement we've seen from them. As Martin here on the far side. Feed attempt there to Biro. Didn't quite connect there.
Nice try on the tennis racket quick stick.
It certainly was. Biro back again. It was tipped, though, so there will be no over and back. Northmen need to hurry, though. Bierstecker sends it up to Martin. Just over a minute remaining. Martin surveys. Sends it over to Gadbois. Vernucci to the inside. Bouncer there. And Hagen gobbles that one up. Hagen downfield. Almost scored the empty netter here. Chisholm recovers. 35 seconds remaining.
I think they're content to just hold.
It looks like that they are here, as Scribner will hang on to it up top as time continues to wind down here on the Northmen. Some extra pleasantries there between Martin and Schroeder. Hopefully things can wind down somewhat peacefully here between these two teams. Under 10 remaining. And Bierstecker will just chuck that one down the floor here as time will expire on the Northmen. First ticket to the championship game punched here in Invergrove Heights. They'll be back in action here. Don't go anywhere, of course, fans. We have our second semifinal matchup coming up at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. It'll be the Thousand Island Spirits facing off against the Paper City Oaks. Thank you again for joining us so far today, lacrosse fans. This is Andrew Bracey, Lee Morris, Carl Parton here up in the broadcast booth. And we'll be right back with you after this.
The Woodchuck Lacrosse Development. Tonight's broadcast and the Vermont Voyagers are proudly sponsored by Woodchuck Lacrosse Development. Woodchuck Lacrosse Development is a Vermont-based 501c3 nonprofit dedicated to growing the game of lacrosse and making it accessible to athletes of all backgrounds, focusing on skill development, creativity, confidence, and community. Woodchuck Lacrosse is built on the belief that every athlete deserves the chance to play. Through school programs, camps, clinics, and the Vermont Box Lacrosse League, Woodchuck provides fun, affordable, and meaningful opportunities for players to learn and compete and thrive. To learn more, support the mission, or get involved, visit woodchucklax.com. Woodchuck Lacrosse Development, growing the game, building community, and creating opportunity.
We'd also like to thank Common Roots Farm. The Vermont Voyagers appreciate the partnership with Common Roots. Common Roots Farm Stand, located in South Village, just off of Spear Street, offers 45 varieties of fresh, local, and organic produce, salad greens, strawberries, and pick your own flowers. Or join us on Friday evenings from May through October for live music and Friday night flatbreads at Wheeler House, located on Dorset Street, adjacent to South Burlington Community Gardens. Common Roots, nourish to flourish.
We'd also like to thank the Bull Rock Corporation. Based in Vermont, Bull Rock Corporation is a high-growth renewable energy company with operations throughout the Northeast. Bull Rock designs and constructs American-made solar systems with a focus on quality and performance using American-made materials. Bull Rock Corporation, a proud sponsor of Vermont Voyagers Lacrosse.
And SimQuest. SimQuest is proud to sponsor the Vermont Voyagers with industry-leading IT services and office technology solutions. SimQuest's team is dedicated to keeping their customers safe against an increasing number of cyber security risks. A 13-time Vermont Best of Business Award winner, SimQuest has your back so you can focus on doing what you do best. Visit simquest.com to learn more.
Also made possible by the Vermont Box Lacrosse League. The Vermont Box Lacrosse League is proud to support the Vermont Voyagers. The VBLL provides Vermont youth and high school athletes the opportunity to play true box lacrosse in a competitive, instructional, positive environment. With teams in Barrie, Essex, and Middlebury, the VBLL is growing the game one shift at a time. Learn more and register at woodchucklax.com/VBLL.
And finally, the Vermont Agency. Vermont Voyager fans, tonight's game is proudly sponsored by Matthew Walker, financial planner with the Vermont Agency in Colchester, Vermont. Matthew is a former Division I lacrosse player who proudly supports the Vermont Voyagers and is dedicated to helping individuals and families with retirement planning, investment strategies, college planning, and protecting their financial future. If you're looking for trusted financial guidance and a game plan for your future, call Matthew Walker today at 802 318 6183. That's 802 318 6183. The Vermont Agency, your financial solutions partner.
Good afternoon now, lacrosse fans, and welcome back, or welcome to the NABLL Juniors Championship Series. That is the North American Box Lacrosse League here in Essex Junction, Vermont. Presented here on CVTsport.net. With you up here in the broadcast booth, I'm Andrew Bracey, joined here by Coach Lee Morris, our producer, Carl Parton. And Coach, second semifinal action here, and the schedule may be winding down here on this series, but I think we're anticipating the intensity is going to do the opposite.
Agreed, 100%. These are pretty good teams. I've watched these teams, even seen them on live stream. I haven't seen them play each other, so I think that's what I'm looking forward to, is how these two teams face off. But I think it's going to be physical, and I think it's going to be an attack strategy on both sides.
Definitely a physical approach here anticipated, and both teams have proved offensively they're capable of putting up high numbers here. And to break the fourth wall, at least at the senior level, I've been fortunate enough to compete for both senior programs here. Both very well run here. Nathan Jobson at the helm as a coach and GM for the Thousand Island Spirits, currently based out of Ogdensburg, New York. On the other end, you have Charlie Edwards, and Matt Smith running the Paper City Oaks here. Strong presence in Holyoke, Massachusetts, just outside of Springfield. So finally get a matchup here of upstate New York against Western Mass. As we look for the face-off here, it'll be Jack Clough going against, I believe that's the 29, Levi Kelly Smith here for Paper City. Both teams splitting their pool play schedule here 1-1. Yeah, the Oaks open up with a win over the Vermont Voyagers before dropping a close one to the Utica Yeti. On the other hand, Spirits opening up with a physical, to put it mildly, win over the Yeti before falling to the Northmen last night in pool play. And I should correct that. The Oaks, their second game, didn't drop to the Yeti, dropped to the Invergrove Heights Isotopes. Face off here. And Kelly Smith had the initial draw here, but ball got knocked loose here. Clough is there for it. First possession.
Nice cradling and protection of the ball.
It certainly is here as Clough takes advantage of that here. It's a cutting Connor Hickey that was streaking to the middle here, and very quickly the Spirits wasting no time getting here on the board.
Yeah, that was pretty. Nice feed, quick stick shot.
That certainly was. Right back to the faceoff we go here. Levy Smith again wins the clamp. This time he hangs on to it. Streaking down the far side, goes behind the cage. He'll go for a run here all the way around. Marked heavily there by Thornhill. Up top for the Oaks, it's Baker. Baker. Behind the cage, goes for a run, past a couple defenders. Time winding down here on the Oaks. Shot there, rebounded into towards the backside of the goal. That was number 8, Adam Culver for the Oaks.
Jack Clough with the ball.
Yeah, Clough will walk it across here. Let the rest of his forwards get on the floor. Over here, it's Camden Thomas. Gets it to the far side. It's Alex LaFrance. Pass. Doesn't quite connect there. And it's the other, Trace Baker, or Tracy, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Gobbles it up, sends it up the far side. Oaks back on the attack here. Pass doesn't quite connect. So now it'll be Timothy Cree carrying up field. Dishes it off to Clough. Clough takes it behind the cage here. Clough dives. And no goal there. Officials will signal a crease violation. Oaks back on the attack here. It was Ronan McNamara carrying up field. Officials will signal some off ball.
Looked like it was interference.
Yeah, off ball interference there.
No penalty, just change of possession.
That is correct. The Spirits will be back on the attack here. This is Connor Hickey, number 98. He'll initiate from up top. Gets it back from LaFrance. Over to Clough. Clough, excuse me. Clough, up top to Thomas. Thomas over to LaFrance. LaFrance shot. Baker was on top of it. McNamara, heavily pressured there. And a nice cause turnover there by Austin Thornhill. Initially thought it might have been a cause turnover there, but possession will stay with the Oaks. Not for long. Loose pass there, eventually corralled by Skylar Farrow. Heavy pressure here by the Spirits. Thornhill again, not giving an inch.
Spirits being a man up or doubling that ball aggressively.
That is correct, as they're up for a little over a minute on the power play. As Thornhill takes it down the far side. Up to Clough. Clough. Keeping the ball tight there, down to Hickey. Hickey gets it back. Up to Clough. Clough surveys. Across LaFrance. Thought about the shot. Pulls away. Behind the back there by Hickey. Shot. Save by Baker.
Good shot selection. Goalie just did one better.
That he did, Coach, as the Oaks come the other way. Shot goes just wide there. I believe that was Caleb Reardon on the attempt in transition. Spirits the other way.
Still 20 seconds on the penalty.
Yep, short time here on the Spirits power play. LaFrance over to Hickey. Hickey uses the pick, gets over the top. Elects to dish it over to LaFrance. LaFrance from the wing. Sends it across. Shot here. That was Thomas. Just wide. Thornhill recovers behind the cage, dishes inside. Hickey, and a goal. Second one of the afternoon for Hickey. Puts the Spirits up 2-0.
Yeah, presented a threat from behind the cage, and in doing so, they were ball watching and allowed number 98 to slip, get free for that quick stick.
Hickey certainly not one to pass up an opportunity if he catches the defense ball watching. Back to the face-off we go. Face-off there. This time I believe that was Hutchings taking it for the Oaks. Clough for the Spirits. Loose ball scrap here. Levy Smith, heavy pressure there as he scooped up a tough ground ball. Clough on the boards. Comes away with it for Thousand Islands. Surveys the top. We're back to even strength here. Dishes down low to Petrus. Petrus took a little bit of a hit in the back there for a diving shot. Didn't quite get it. Baker was on top of it. Levy Smith carries up the far side. Heavy pressure there from Thomas. Oaks will move it around here. Ball bubbles off the backside. Heavy pressure again. This time it was number 22, Marcus Hickey. Good job in transition there.
Yeah, the Spirits are just getting all over it so quickly, really not letting the Oaks have any chance to set anything up.
Spirits not giving an inch here. As a shot there, glances off the shoulder of Baker. That was Thornhill on the attempt. Thornhill gets the rebound back. Dishes up to LaFrance. LaFrance across the floor to Hickey. Hickey back to LaFrance. Playing a little pass and catch here. Pass doesn't connect though, intercepted by the Oaks defense.
Fast break, one-on-one.
Fast break. Shot and a goal. Number 8, Adam Culver for the Paper City Oaks, and he gets them on the board.
You saw him look over his shoulder as he's being chased. He realized I have just enough time, I can get a shot.
That's right. Wasting no time there was Culver. Streaking up the board here and breaking the ice here for Paper City. Back to the face-off here. Zach Chevalier taking this one for the Spirits. Hutchings for the Oaks, and the Spirits will get this one. Hickey fakes it, dishes it this time. Clough passes up the shot, takes it behind the cage. Clough has defender hung here. Looks up, feet to the inside, doesn't connect.
That'll be over and back.
That it will. Official signal. Oaks possession coming the other way. As Florkey knocks it over there for the Oaks to initiate. It's Barrow.
We're just over halfway in this first period.
Halfway through here. Just 2-1 here on the board, so not a high-scoring affair yet here, but with two teams of this caliber here, anything is possible. Shot there. Save by Florkey. That was number 2, Preston Daniels, on the attempt here. Ball loose in front of the cage here. Spirits are covered. It's LaJoy. Dishes it off. Nice outlet pass up there. I believe that was Marcus Hickey sent it up there.
Yeah, defensively, the Spirits are trying to encourage those outside shots, make it easier on their goalie.
That they are, and I stand corrected. Marcus Hickey received that outlet pass up there, dished it off to Clough, excuse me. Clough dished it to Creighton Cree. Clough gets it back, shot. Nearly trickled in there. He used the defender to screen that one, but Baker got enough. And it looks like there, I couldn't tell if the ball went in and out of the crease or if the Oaks simply took too long to advance. Nevertheless, Spirits ball. Down to near side, Hickey gets the pick from Letier.
Nice ball movement.
Shot there. Thomas. Save. Spirits get the rebound and the fresh shot clock. Thomas again. Gives it to Letier. This is Cree. Backhander behind the back. Thornhill tried the underhand shot, didn't quite go. Thomas, shot, buries it near side on Baker.
Yeah, nice right-handed shot from outside.
Beautiful finish there by Camden Thomas, number 11, had time and room.
And that all got set up from good ball movement. And whoever's got the ball is being a threat, so they're drawing the defense towards them. You're going to get a guy with just enough time and room to take a rip like that.
It certainly did, Coach. And also that off-ball movement as well, just to keep the defense on their toes on the backside. Loose ball scrap here. Connor McMahon comes up with it for the Spirits. Gives it over to Hickey, near side. Hickey surveys, gives it up to Kai Marrero. Marrero gives it over to LaFrance. Back to Hickey. Little two-man game there. Physical pick from the Spirits. Hickey shoots. Couldn't tell if that glanced off of Baker or defender's stick, but went just a little high. This is Petrus on the near side. Escaped a double team. Gets it up top to LaFrance. Nearly picked off, not quite. Shot goes wide. Off the boards, and it'll be over and back. Going the way of the Oaks. This is Culver. Initiated, fed to the inside, shot. Save there by Florkey. Ball started to get underneath. He just sat on that one. Comes up big with the save for the Spirits.
Yeah, not a lot of deception on that shot.
No, not a ton there. And both these goalies are good enough here, Coach. If you allow them to track it the whole way, 9 times out of 10, they're coming up with that save. Shot there. That was Ethan Petrus. Ball goes out of play. And back to the Oaks.
Yeah, the one statistic I think that's keeping the Spirits with more opportunity with possession is their ground ball pickup.
Certainly, Spirits very active on these loose balls here. Practically swarming them whenever it's on the floor. Give and go to the inside there. Checked away by the Spirits defense. And coming the other way is LaJoy. Carries up the far side. Dishes it off to Cree. Cree up top. Sends it right inside to Clough. Clough nearly scored there, but Baker on top of it. Physical play in the corner there. Hickey tried to get it back there from Cree. Couldn't quite connect. Loose ball scrap up top. Looks like it's Levy Smith came up with it before it was checked away there by Thomas. Still a loose ball here. Now in the Oaks offensive zone here. Pass across to Farrow. Farrow hangs on to it. Gets his reinforcements on the floor. Far side, this is Pally.
Shot clock at 10.
And short time here on the Oaks. Shot opportunity there, and it goes short side. Looks like that was number 7, Luca Mayer, the lefty.
Keeper got a piece of it, but just not enough. Slipped through.
That's right, Florkey getting a little bit of that ball, not quite enough.
2 minutes left in the first period.
That it is. Oaks have brought it back within 1. Face off here. And it looked like Hutchings got the clamp here, and streaking in to secure the loose change was Jack Silva. Silva sends it up to Culver. Sends it down the far side. Culver streaks in. Doesn't get the slip pass. Ball on the near side now. It's Mayer again. Mayer driving in. Tried for another short side finish. Doesn't get it. Backhander attempt there by the Oaks. Just wide, and over and back will give the ball to the Spirits.
Just over a minute left and a fresh shot clock.
Fresh shot clock. Fresh possession here for Thousand Islands. See if they can put in at least one more here before time expires on this first stanza. Pass across to Hickey was tipped there by the Oaks defense. Good heads-up play there off ball. Pass down low to Clough, and he buries it. Jack Clough off the feed from Hickey, I believe. And Spirits have pulled ahead by 2 here, Coach.
Yeah, nice double fake with the shoulder and head, and then finish on the third, right on the keeper's right side.
Certainly, you have enough time to throw a fake or two. Never hurts to, you've mentioned it before on some of these previous matchups, never hurts to get that goalie moving in all that gear the way you want him to.
Yeah, there's just not much room to get that ball past the goalie, so you got to get the goalie to move.
Absolutely. Face off here, scrap for the loose ball. Petrus streaking in there to secure it for the Spirits.
Another loose ball pickup.
Just like that pattern you mentioned earlier, Coach, Spirits really getting after these loose balls. Carrying across. The other Petrus gives it to Clough. Clough up top. Screen there. Shot. Save. Baker. Rebound. Spirits can't quite secure it here. Oaks will carry. Short time to get it across, though. Can they get it? They do. Just barely. Heavy defense there by the Spirits. Rolling away. This is Silva. Got mobbed there by a couple Spirits defenders, and it looks like we may have a penalty coming up on the board. And we will. It looks like it's going to be a slashing call. I believe that's going to be on number 7, Ethan Petrus. As we get a look here at the Oaks power play.
Yeah, with 4.9 seconds, we probably won't see a whole lot. They might just be patient, wait it out.
May very well be content to just let the clock run out on this one. Oh, they take the shot, however. Florkey read it, went just wide, and that'll bring a close to the action here in this first stanza. Spirits up 4-2 here, Coach.
Yeah, I think it all comes down to time of possession. Spirits have just been better on the loose ball pickup, and that's led to more possessions, led to more shots, and I think they're a little more creative involving their teammates, more the two-man game. And the Oaks, while they're playing really hard physically, especially on defense, they're tending to do more of the independent, take the shot from outside. So I'd love to see them involve their teammates a little bit more and try to get some more of those inside shots.
We'll certainly see if they can do a little bit more of that here coming up on the second period. And we'll take a quick break here. You're watching the NABLL Juniors Championship Series here on CVTsport.net. Afternoon and welcome back, lacrosse fans, to the NABLL Juniors Championship Series. Second period action about to be underway here between the Paper City Oaks and the Thousand Island Spirits. Now to take the face-off here will be Hutchings and Beatrice for the Oaks and the Spirits, respectively.
Yeah, there's still a minute 56 left on the penalty.
Yeah, almost 2 minutes here, in which the Paper City Oaks will find themselves on the right side of a power play situation. Marcus Hickey comes up with that loose ball, however. Dished it right in front to Chevalier. Couldn't quite connect here. Chevalier does corral the loose ball.
Look for a possible double team.
And we'll see if his Spirits here, the Oaks, elect to put heavy ball pressure on, or they'll simply keep a free safety, if you will, on the inside. Fakes the handoff there. Over to Cree. Cree, shot. Goes wide. Ball out of play here. And possession here to the Oaks.
Still a minute left on the penalty.
Still plenty of time here for Oaks power play to generate an opportunity or two. Ball moving around the top. Up to Pally. Over to Baker. Oh, Culver. Culver surveys. Short time on the shot clock here. 5 to shoot. Cross crease attempt there. Almost bounced into the cage, but Florkey was ready for it.
Yeah, he tried to look that off like he was going to pass on the perimeter. Instead went for the skip pass.
He did, and had they been able to connect there, might be looking at a 4-3 ball game. Doesn't quite go, however. Off the turnover in their own defensive zone, however, the Oaks get it right back here. Just over 10 seconds remaining on the power play. Coach had mentioned maybe just trying to get a little bit more ball movement for the Oaks, and it looks like they did just that on that one. I believe it was Pally with the finish there.
Yeah, they had two guys down low come across in sort of an X pattern, one on each side, and it just entertained the defense to be concerned about that enough to give him that time and room for that shot.
Off-ball action there. Opening up the lane for Pally to cash in and bring the Oaks within one. Face off here. Hutchings won the clamp here. Loose ball battle, however. Kicked away by Thornhill. Still a loose ball battle here on the far side. Ball sent to the air here. Still up for grabs. Eventually corralled there by LaJoy. Sends it over to Thornhill. Thornhill to Hickey. Hickey will slow things down a bit. Bounces off the stick there of Thomas. Lucky bounce gives it to Cree. Cree down to Hickey. Can't quite connect there, and the loose change will roll right to the goalie stick of Baker. Oaks the other way here. Here's Kelly Smith. Gives it up to Reardon. Over to Pally. Surveys. Short time here, 5 to shoot for the Oaks. Dish to the inside, shot, save there off the leg of Florkey. Oaks do get the rebound and the reset. Dish to the inside, shot behind the back, just wide. And that was Culver on the attempt. Another feed across the crease, can't quite connect. 15 to shoot. Up to Pally. Pally. Stalwart defense here by the Spirits. Long range shot. Save. Florkey. Loose ball battle. Chevalier gets it. Fast break opportunity here. Can Cree corral it? Cree. Inside. Save by Baker.
I like that last offensive possession for the Oaks. Initially, they really were trying to get it to their guys inside. That was awesome.
As we get a little off-ball hold here. doesn't look like there will be anyone will be serving penalty time here. The ball will go back to the Spirits. So an off-ball interference here behind the play. And coach, it looks like even though the Spirits have largely dominated most of the loose ball opportunities, Oaks have gotten a couple more here these past couple minutes.
Yeah, and I think they've upped their game.
That they have here as LaFrance drives to the inside. Shot goes wide. Off the boards here. Over and back will give possession to the Oaks.
Yeah, let's see if they share the ball a little bit. Move it around to try to make the defense have to move.
Bounce pass there behind the cage. Up to Pally. Pally gets the pick. Continues over the top here. Shot wide. May have glanced off the stick there of Bulovas. Hit there. Physical defense from the Spirits. Shot goes wide. And up come the Spirits here. Fast break opportunity. Hickey. And a goal. Make it count there for Marcus Hickey in transition. I believe that started with Connor McMahon gathering up the loose change on the defensive end and giving a nice little breakaway outlet there, to Hickey.
And that usually stems from a shot missing the cage, and it rebounds off the boards on the back.
That it does. Heads up play there by the Spirits defense to get one in transition. Ball deflected there. Eventually makes its way here to Daniels. Daniels moves it on the near side. Behind the back feed. Back to Daniels. Couldn't quite put it in on Florkey, though. And Beatrice carries up the far side. Little shovel pass there. Running it out just barely was LaJoy. LaJoy gives to Hickey. Over to Chevalier. Down to Clough. Clough feeds to the inside. Hickey, time, room, just wide.
Yeah, that was a great feed and nice shot.
And a nice shot there as well. That's Joe Petrus, the midfielder at SUNY Cortland, putting the Spirits up by 3.
Right, once again, we're seeing a nice elevation going up, get the goalie to stand up, and then shooting down low.
Back to the faceoff we go here. It's Kelly Smith and Chevalier. Kelly Smith gets the clamp and the win. Carries down the near side. Heavy pressure there. Diving. Nothing there. Can the Spirits corral it? They do. Pass down to the crease. Cross crease attempt. Doesn't connect. Battle on the near side. Still up for grabs here. It's Hickey. Had a goal earlier. He'll bring it down in transition here. And hand it off to Clough. Clough marked by Daniels. Content to slow things down a bit here. And get his reinforcements on. Clough now over the top. Shot. Save there by Baker. And Baker accidentally sent it up into the hockey banners, I believe. And out of play, back to the Spirits. Here's Clough again. Gives it up to Cree.
The time of possession starting to favor the Spirits once again.
It certainly is here. Several different ways they're earning it as well, between resets and loose ground balls. Here's Hickey. Feed across. Nearly connected there with Clough. Not quite. Feed to the inside. Behind the back. Clough buries it behind the back shot on a beautiful feed there from Cree behind the cage.
Yeah, that was a great vision to make that feed from behind the cage, and then that quick stick from behind the back to get by the goalie's right side. Thing of beauty.
Certainly is there as we go back to the face-off. Spirits creating a little separation here in this second period, up by 4. Face-off battle. Hutchings won the clamp, but raked it right into the stick of Hickey. Hickey up to Petrus. Back down to Hickey on the far side. Hickey carries, backs out his defender here, drives in the middle. Hickey, shot, score! Connor Hickey taking it himself right to the cage. Puts the Spirits up by 5.
Yeah, just a little bit of a bull dodge and just sort of, I'm going to make my way and you can't stop me.
Certainly a bit of a statement goal there by Hickey. As we go back to the face-off here. That was Petrus winning the clamp here, but this time it's Farrow gets the loose ball, carries, and he'll let his forwards get back on the floor. Our near side, this is Paley. Paley across the floor, shot there by Farrow. Couldn't quite make it through the defense here. Here's Clough, one-on-one opportunity. Will he go for it? Clough. Shot there. Baker was ready for it. Near side loose ball battle here. Eventually collected here by Cam Thomas.
That was fabulous one-on-one defense right there.
It certainly was here. Oaks not going anywhere. Clough down to Letier. Shot goes high. And Oaks will carry down the far side. 2-on-2 action here. Cam King will pull it out, however. Get it over to Pally. Pally to Farrow. Here's Culver. Rolls away. Works over the top here. This is off to Pally. Pally, a little trouble corralling it there. Marked heavily in that far corner by Trayton Sunday. And turnover by the Oaks. Here's Marcus Hickey. Off to Connor Hickey. Hickey. Over to LaFrance. Here's Thornhill. Shot. Nearly trickled in there, but Baker was able to sit on top of that one.
Yeah, the whole ball has to get over the goal line.
That it does. Outlet pass here for McNamara. Up top, it's Baker. Declan Baker, that is. Heavy defense there by the Spirits. Shot goes just wide, nearly hit the official. Spirits recover.
Yeah, Spirits will play defense pretty far out.
That they will here. They're not afraid to get out and get up in transition. That was Carter LaJoy, number 24, streaking right down the middle, and Barry's one to make it 9-3.
And you can do that when you have confidence on your defense on the back end. So you get aggressive like that, you get that turnover, you create opportunities.
You certainly can, and sometimes the defense, you know, it may very well be feeling like, you know what, we've earned an opportunity here. We're going to take advantage. Clamp, one there by Kelly Smith. Loose ball battle right in front of the benches. Recovered there. Jack Silva sends it down the near side. Ball to Pally. Pally on the wing. Surveys. To feed across there. Knocked down. Taken the other way by Marcus Hickey. He'll elect to roll away. Give it off to Clough.
Yeah, we've seen him do that a couple times. Playing great defense, get the rebound, get it to the offense.
Both Hickeys certainly threats here for the Spirits. Connor, big offensive presence here, and Marcus, stalwart defenseman, and certainly a transition threat here. Shot there from LaFrance. Gobbling it up was Baker. Baker sends it up into the rafters, though. And it'll be Spirits ball coming the other way. Behind the cage. That was Clough. Ball goes up to Hickey. Hickey tried for the face dodge, didn't get it. Good defense there by the Oaks. Gets the feed inside to Clough, though. And Clough buries the inside feed. A little twister shot there on top of the crease.
Twister indeed. Right-handed, comes across his body, shoots as if he's lefty, but keeping his right hand as the top hand by the head of the stick.
Certainly a tough one to defend there for really any goalie there. And just like that, the Spirits really creating some separation here with under a minute remaining in the second period.
Yeah, their aggressive approach for both the loose balls and also just playing defense is what earning them these opportunities. And then they're making good on it.
You certainly see that here, even when you got Kelly Smith winning faceoffs for the Oaks here. They are not letting up on him on these loose ground balls. That's Thomas. Went through a sea of Oaks defenders, managed to split the triple team, and he buries one on the near side on Baker.
Yep, everybody wants to feed at this point.
That's absolutely right. As the Spirits continuing to showcase their scoring prowess here as they go up 11-3. On the face-off here will be Chevalier and Hutchings. Hutchings wins the clamp here. Can't quite corral the loose ball here. Still up for grabs in front of the benches. Ball scooped up there. That's 47. Bilovis sends it down the far side. Pass across. Intended target was Sunday. Couldn't quite corral it. Ball
Time
behind.
running out.
Heavy defense there on Glove. Oh, and a physical check there to end the second period. And looks like some conversations are being had here as we wrap that one up. So not sure if we'll see any penalty minutes go up on the board here to start the final stanza. Nevertheless, Spirits up 11-3 here to cap off this second period, Coach.
Yeah, pretty dominant second period there. They just tended to do everything right, took advantage of their opportunities, and they created their own opportunities often. The Oaks are spirited, playing really hard, really doing their best, just not quite connecting well enough.
Indeed. And don't expect to go the Oaks anywhere, the Oaks to go anywhere, excuse me, but certainly you're absolutely right, Coach. The Spirits seemingly firing on all cylinders here as we head into the final stanza of this Pool B semifinal. We'll be right back with you. Andrew Bracey, Lee Morse. You're watching the NABLL Juniors Championship Series here on CBTSport.net. And welcome back, lacrosse fans, or welcome to this semifinal matchup here in the North American Box Lacrosse League Juniors Championship Series. And I know Andrew Bracey here, joined here by Lee Morse, Carl Parton, our producer, and Coach Morse. We were saying it looked like we weren't sure if there were going to be any penalties going up on the board here at the end of the action in the last stanza here, but it looks like the Spirits will be on the wrong side of a two-man power play here featuring the Oaks.
That they are, but they starting off with possession after a call on the face-off.
They do. Catching a little bit of a break there. And this is Petrus. Has a goal under his name here already. Keeping the ball away from the defense on the far side. Manages to get it to Cree. Cree nearly had a shorthanded goal there, but that was Baker up to the task there for the Oaks. The Oaks now 2-man up on the power play for the next minute and change.
Well, it says something about the Spirits that they're able to even get that shot off when they're down 2 men.
It certainly does there. Impressive stick work here by Thousand Islands. Shot the other way. That was Pally. Saved there by Florkey.
Who's going to come up with it?
And who else but Cree there in the middle, mobbed by a sea of Oaks players. And it does dislodge the ball here. Oaks the other way. Feed across the Cree. Shot there. Turned away by Florkey. And looks like the ball will go the other way there. I believe it was a crease violation there by Farrow. No, excuse me. That was Mayer after the shot. Here's Hickey.
Again, they might be happy to just burn off some of the clock, kill the penalty, but they might also look for a shot opportunity.
They may very well. Hickey looked to send it across to LaFrance, got intercepted, but officials are signaling ball will remain with the Spirits.
I think he went through the crease with the ball.
I think you may be right. Cannot go in and out of the crease in either box or field lacrosse. So wide shot, though, gives the ball back to the Oaks. Here's Farrow. Marked there by Thornhill.
Little 2-on-1.
2-on-1 action here. Mayer and Florkey up to the task here. Here's Clough. And power play time has expired on both penalties, so back to even strength here. Clough, marked by Kelly Smith. Behind the cage, gets the pick. Pick again from LaFrance, sends it up top. Here's Thomas. Thomas. Save by Baker. Spirits do get the reset. Here's Clough. Clough gets the pick, rolls underneath. Clough, shot! And ball went in the net, but the officials are signaling a crease violation. Oaks will go the other way. Pass there dropped. Not quite recovered there by Declan Baker. Heavy pressure from Thornhill. And recovered there. Kind of a weird whistle, recovered there by Clough. Got shoved in the back there on the shot, but he buries another one for Thousand Islands.
Well, that's paying attention to the referee and being ready to go on the whistle. Oaks just sort of were like looking for explanation what was going on, and Spirit was like, oh, I got the ball. Can I put it in now? Thank you.
Sometimes better to act first and ask questions later. Certainly something to be said for being whistle ready at all times as we go back to the faceoff. Clamp one by Hutchings. Nice counter there by Chevalier. Ball's loose on the far side. Eventually corralled there. LaJoy. Down the near side. Shot. Save by Baker.
Right off the left elbow. Nice job.
Don't have a roster number here for number 2 for the Spirits, but got his own rebound. Sends it across. Latier couldn't quite corral it. Gets the rebound off the wall. Dribbles it up there to Thomas. Thomas back to Latier. Doesn't quite connect here, but collecting the loose change was Marrero. Up to Hickey now. Shot and a goal from long range. Connor Hickey extends the lead up to 13-3.
Now with a 10-goal lead at this point, you might want to start emptying the bench a little bit and save some of your starters for the championship game.
That's a great point there, Coach. Last game here before the finale. Face-off starting for that one at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Face-off here, controlled by the Oaks. Up the near side. Babineau surveys. Bit of a trickled pass there. Gets to Daniels. Far side to Pally. Pally gives it off. Nice little two-man game there. Good shot opportunity from the Oaks. Florkey with the save.
Yeah, the key to why that works is it had to do with passing. The pass was placed exactly where you want it to put it.
This certainly was. That pass wasn't, however, a little miscommunication between the Spirits. Had a nice clear up there from McMahon, but the teammate didn't realize that pass was even coming. So back to the Oaks we go. Here's McMahon. Marking. That was number 8, Culver. Shot here. Saved by Florkey. That was Farrow on the attempt. Transition opportunity here. Letzier. Good outlet pass. Shot goal. Jameson Letzier on a beautiful outlet pass. Puts the Spirits up by 11 with just under 9 minutes remaining to play.
Yeah, that's when we're coaching our kids, we want to make sure that they know how to finish. And that was a beautiful finish.
That certainly was. Nicely done by Letzier. Back to the face-off here. Chevalier and Hutchings. And it looks like both teams content to simply put 3 defensemen back here off the draw. Loose ball scrap in the middle. Corralled there. It's Marcus Hickey. Brings it down the near side. Gives it up to Thomas. Thomas surveys. Spirits have their offensive personnel out. Thomas bounces off the pick there, gives it up inside. Shot just wide. Up into the flag there, so that'll be Oaks ball on the far side. Carrying it up here, I believe it's McNamara.
Nice initial dodge just to get it to clear.
Indeed. Hands it off to Culver. Little dribble pass off the wall there to Pally. 2-man game. Pally working on Billivo. Shot there from Pally. Save by Florkey. Loose ball scrap here. Heavy pressure from Thornhill. And hugs are free this afternoon here. No fisticuffs off the loose ball. Thornhill working against 2 Oaks players. Continuing, won't let up. Escaping that was Culver. Loose ball up for grabs by the cage. And a stoppage there from the officials. Looks like it's going to be a holding call. We'll see what goes up on the board here.
Yeah, it looked like a free hand was holding on that.
And it looks like that may have been Thornhill. We did see great physical defense from Austin Thornhill, but that free hand did come off there for the holding call. Looks like a broken stick there for the Oaks. Gets tossed back to their bench. And so we'll get another look here at the Oaks power play. Desperately in need of something here to generate some momentum with 6.5 remaining here in this ball game.
Yeah, here's a great chance, though, to just stay true to yourself, know what you want to do, run your plays.
Absolutely, keeping that core MO here. Shot goes wide. Collected and corralled there by Pally. Pally sends it all the way across there, down low, and a score! Make it 4. That's Adam Culver on a beautiful feed through the defense there by Pally.
Yeah, and that skip pass is tough for the goalie to track that all the way across. So sometimes that's the best option, is to, if you can, find that skip pass, because it just makes it so hard for the goalie to be able to track it and make the save.
Absolutely. Worked that one through a sea of defenders there, did Pally. Back to the face-off. On the loose ball here, it's Cree. Cree on the far side. Hands it off to LaFrance. Spirits will get their offensive personnel out here. LaFrance charges to the middle. Tried to give it up there to Marrero. Couldn't quite, but gets the loose ball. Rolls away. Far corner here. Sends it up here. Here's Letzier. Letzier tried the backhanded shot. Not quite enough time, though, as shot clock violation will give the ball back to the Oaks.
So a lot of kudos to the Spirits for their offense, putting up 14, but a lot of that also had to do with their defense, why they've only given up 4. They're really following the off-ball movements of the other players, doing a great job of making it so there's not much open to throw to.
I believe there was an old adage there, Coach, of Offense winning games, defense winning championships. Spirits hoping to punch their ticket to the championship here on this one. Multiple shots there go wide. And it looks like officials are signaling Spirits ball here on the over and back. Just over 4 minutes remaining in this one. Thornhill on the far side. Sends it over to Thomas. Down to Hickey. Hickey back to Thomas, surveys. And we're playing 4-on-4 here. There is no power play. Both teams electing just to keep some personnel on the far side. Oaks hoping to maybe get a quick one if they get on defense. Spirits matching that. Loose ball secured by the Oaks here. Good ride there and a turnover caused by Hickey. Shot there by Clough. Nearly went 5-0 on Baker. Baker the save.
Yeah, nice right shin save right there.
Oaks back on the attack here. Shot there. That was Culver. Went wide. Oh, behind the back outlet pass here. Dribbles up to, that's Bilivis. Bilivis works through the check there from Culver.
I like the deception on that last Oaks player's shot where he dropped his head like he was going to shoot low, but then shot high. Didn't go in, but I like the deception.
Body language, a very underrated part of the shooting game. As Clough works it behind. Surveys up to Petrus, can't quite corral it. Intercepting it is McNamara. 1-on-none, McNamara, shot saved by Florkey, a big save with just over 2.5 remaining. Oaks will retain possession off the rebound. Shot again.
I think that one hit the post.
I think it did. I think it actually went between the legs of Florkey. That one goes. And I believe that's, may have been number 20, McNamara. We'll get who that was here. Yes, it was. So McNamara staying down the offensive end here and putting up the 5th one there for the Paper City Oaks.
And that was a result of 2 excellent shots right before that to really, put the pressure on.
It certainly was here. Kelly Smith, another face-off win. Oaks back on the attack here. Time running out quickly, though. Just 1:40 left in this second semifinal matchup. Down the near side. That was Farrell rolling back, dishing up top. And over and back, we'll bring it to the Spirits. Hoping for a quick transition. No one's actually picked it up yet, though. Spirits will control now. Up to Hickey. Hickey surveys. May very well be content to simply move it around and burn some clock here. Latier stepping in. No one really picked him up, so he opted to go ahead and take it. Baker corrals it, though. Sends it over to McNamara.
Yeah, it's hard to just burn clock when you see an opportunity like that.
It certainly is here. It may be a little strategy there on the Oaks. Can they just simply force some outside shots here to try to get 1 or 2 more in transition? Surveying. Feed up attempt there, down low, doesn't quite connect. I think that was Pally looking down for his teammate. Quick transition here by the Spirits. Will Chevalier elect to shoot it? He does. Save by Baker. And because that went off Baker, Spirits will retain possession here. Under 30 left to play in this semifinal. So Chevalier will simply hold it there in the corner as time winds down.
Yeah, if you read the body language of both teams, they kind of realize it is what it is.
And certainly is, and time will expire here. Congratulations to the Paper City Oaks on a strong showing here this tournament. And congratulations to the Thousand Island Spirits punching their ticket to the championship game. 2:30 face-off this afternoon. Don't go anywhere, folks. We still got one more here to go.
Yeah, the Spirits just looked a little bit better in probably almost all phases of the game. Good goalie play, good defense, good ground ball play, and unselfish offense all leads to just enough to take care of business.
Certainly a performance like that, Coach, I imagine makes it that much more exciting here to see how the Spirits will fare against the Invergrove Heights Isotopes here and what promises to be a high-octane championship game here this afternoon.
Well, I think, that's the kind of idea of the playoffs is to let the cream rise to the top. Let's get the best two teams to go for it. And I think that's what we've got coming up for this afternoon.
Exciting action coming up this afternoon indeed. Don't go anywhere, lacrosse fans. We'll take a break. Championship upcoming, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Face off. Up here with you, I'm Andrew Bracey, joined by Lee Morse. And we'll be back right with you. 2:30 championship game, NABLL on CVTsport.net.
The Woodchuck Lacrosse Development. Tonight's broadcast and the Vermont Voyagers are proudly sponsored by Woodchuck Lacrosse Development. Woodchuck Lacrosse Development is a Vermont-based 501c3 nonprofit dedicated to growing the game of lacrosse and making it accessible to athletes of all backgrounds, focusing on skill development, creativity, confidence, and community. Woodchuck Lacrosse is built on the belief that every athlete deserves the chance to play. Through school programs, camps, clinics, and the Vermont Box Lacrosse League, Woodchuck provides fun, affordable, and meaningful opportunities for players to learn and compete and thrive. To learn more, support the mission, or get involved, visit woodchucklax.com. Woodchuck Lacrosse Development, growing the game, building community, and creating opportunity.
We'd also like to thank Common Roots Farm. The Vermont Voyagers appreciate the partnership with Common Roots. Common Roots Farm Stand, located in South Village, just off of Spear Street, offers 45 varieties of fresh, local, and organic produce, salad greens, strawberries, and pick your own flowers. Or join us on Friday evenings from May through October for live music and Friday night flatbreads at Wheeler House, located on Dorset Street, adjacent to South Burlington Community Gardens. Common Roots, nourish to flourish.
We'd also like to thank the Bull Rock Corporation. Based in Vermont, Bull Rock Corporation is a high-growth renewable energy company with operations throughout the Northeast. Bull Rock designs and constructs American-made solar systems with a focus on quality and performance using American-made materials. Bull Rock Corporation, a proud sponsor of Vermont Voyagers Lacrosse.
And SimQuest. SimQuest is proud to sponsor the Vermont Voyageurs with industry-leading IT services and office technology solutions. SimQuest's team is dedicated to keeping their customers safe against an increasing number of cyber security risks. A 13-time Vermont Best of Business Award winner, SimQuest has your back so you can focus on doing what you do best. Visit simquest.com to learn more.
Also made possible by the Vermont Box Lacrosse League. The Vermont Box Lacrosse League is proud to support the Vermont Voyageurs. The VBLL provides Vermont youth and high school athletes the opportunity to play true box lacrosse in a competitive, instructional, positive environment. With teams in Barrie, Essex, and Middlebury, the VBLL is growing the game one shift at a time. Learn more and register at woodchucklax.com/VBLL.
And finally, the Vermont Agency. Vermont Voyager fans, tonight's game is proudly sponsored by Matthew Walker, financial planner with the Vermont Agency in Colchester, Vermont. Matthew is a former Division I lacrosse player who proudly supports the Vermont Voyageurs and is dedicated to helping individuals and families with retirement planning, investment strategies, college planning, and protecting their financial future. If you're looking for trusted financial guidance and a game plan for your future, call Matthew Walker today at 802 318 6183. That's 802 318 6183. The Vermont Agency, your financial solutions partner.
Good afternoon, lacrosse fans. Time winding down here as we lead up to the final, the championship game here in the NABLL, that is the North American Box Lacrosse League Juniors Championship Series here in Essex Junction, Vermont. We're leading up to the action here between the Thousand Island Spirits and the Invergrove Heights Isotopes. Joined here now, up in the broadcast booth, we have our very own executive director here for the NABLL, Rachel Anderson. Rachel, we of course got to talk yesterday briefly about the growth of the league, both organically and by design on your part. Spoke a few minutes earlier about your story of falling in love with the game and sort of your journey between the game and into this league. If you don't mind letting the fans know, what's sort of your origin story, if you will, in terms of your initial exposure to the game of lacrosse and what it's grown into today.
Absolutely. I love origin stories. So we had the Swarm in Minnesota back a long time ago now. So my only experience with professional was some Swarm games. And then my oldest son is 23. And he was looking to be a college, a NCAA recruit, and his coach was like, "Man, you got to play box. It's gonna make you fast, gonna make you gritty, gonna make you smart." And he went to one practice, and he absolutely fell in love with it. And I watched him play one game, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, this is so much better than field." And then just to then transition from being just the mom to this. Our head coach wanted to play again. He played on a team pre-COVID. COVID kind of killed a lot of things for a lot of us. And our senior league was kind of one of those things that it was just tough to recover from. So he really wanted to play again, but he didn't want to run a team. And I was his booster club president. And he said, "Hey, you want to run this?" And sight unseen, I said, "Yes, I do."
Absolutely love that. You know, very underrated how well booster club parents can rally and organize and really make a lot out of seemingly a very little at first.
Yeah. I mean, we've definitely evolved over time as a team, and then our first year we were not in that NABLL because we didn't exist yet, and so then when the change kind of happened and they were like putting out the call for leadership for this league, I went to my guys and I was like, "I kind of want to do this. What do you think?" And they were like, "Absolutely. Jump in the deep end." So
Absolutely.
Here I am.
Absolutely love that. And now you mentioned it earlier when we spoke before the broadcast, but how's it been? You mentioned son's injured at the moment, but you know, bringing this whole league together, and especially with the Isotopes as well, it sounds like it's been sort of bringing on an additional family of sorts here into your own life with this venture.
Absolutely. And we have a bunch of like our families that have traveled up here with us, which it's super fun for the boys to have like their family in the stands, and we have a really robust following back home, and it is like a very connected group, which I really enjoy. And I always tell them if they're having a good time, they can really do no wrong. So
Absolutely.
I'm just hoping they're just having the best time. This tournament has been a dream for a long time, so just the fact that it's happening is incredible.
Well, I'm sure they are having the best time. I know we certainly are up here in the broadcast booth, and you mentioned that robust following. I believe we heard several of the Isotopes faithful there across the floor here showing up big, both in person and I'm sure here on the live stream for their team. So, Rachel, thank you so much for joining us here, and thanks for all you're doing.
Thank you. Everyone's loving the broadcast. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, lacrosse fans. As you just heard there, had a great interview with the NABLL's executive director, Rachel Anderson. Joining you here in the broadcast booth, my name's Andrew Bracey, joined here by Lee Morse, and our producer, Carl Parton, up here doing the camera work. And Coach, we're finally here, championship game. Isotopes, Spirits, couldn't be more excited for this one.
This is the best two teams of the weekend playing together now.
Couldn't ask for anything better here as the Isotopes secure that initial face-off.
Yeah, Morelli was good in face-offs this weekend.
Morelli's been incredibly strong here, securing that first possession. First look at the Isotopes offense as a shot goes wide. Deflected off a defenseman, though, so Isotopes will keep possession here with a fresh shot clock.
Yeah, Dalton Peterson with the shot.
Good look there for Peterson. Now we have Scribner on the near side. Sends it down to Johnson. Spirits claps in on him. Shot goes high there. I believe that was Kolji. And we go the other way. Carrying down the near side is Jack Clough, who's been a dangerous offensive threat for Thousand Islands. Carries behind the cage. Clough diving attempt there. And the officials will signal a crease violation. Isotopes possession here.
Yeah, Matthias Fremming ran him all the way to the boards.
That he did here. Great hustle there by Fremming. On the near side here, it's Lehman. Ball loose in the middle here. Picked up by the Isotopes. Shot doesn't quite make it through there. 10 to shoot on the shot clock. And it looks like it'll be an over and back there. Great pressure on ball there by Connor Hickey. I should note at the top of the broadcast here, I was switching the names of Marcus and Connor Hickey there. So we're correcting that just in time for the championship game. Hopefully as fellow hometown Carthage area products here, they'll forgive me on that one. Spirits offense here. This is Marcus Hickey driving over the top. Look for the slip pass, didn't get it. Drives in the middle into a sea of Isotopes defenders there. Shot goes off the boards.
Yeah,
Covered there.
He couldn't
Thomas.
finish his shot because they were defending him from underneath the elbow, so he could never pull the stick down.
Incredibly difficult there to get a shot off when defense is lifting on those arms and subsequently your stick. Over and back call here. We'll put the Spirits on the defensive side.
Isotopes with a fresh clock.
That they are. Here's Johnson. Shovel pass. Doesn't quite connect there with Kolji. Kolji does collect the loose change, however. Sends it back down to Johnson. Johnson elects not to use the pick. Drives the middle. Carves up the defense, but lost it at the last second there. Driving up the far side. The Spirits behind the back. Outlet pass. Doesn't quite go. Intercepted by the Isotopes. Johnson, again, physical defense there. Loose change. Grabbed there behind the cage by Thornhill.
Yeah, we're seeing a master class in both teams on playing defense right now.
Indeed, we are here. Both teams physical, not afraid to get out and press on the ball carrier. Now on the far side here, Clough gets a nice pick there. Thomas. Clough still has it. Tried passing across the defensive side. I believe LaFrance was the intended target. Gets knocked down. Outlet pass for the Isotopes. Bounces back into their defensive end. Short time. And the Isotopes will fail to advance. So shot clock and possession back to the Spirits. Here's Cree up top. Sends it down to the near side. Back up to Cree. Over to Thomas. Marcus Hickey here. Looks to drive underneath. Rolls away. Back over the top. Surveys. Looks to work the two-man game here. Sends it over to LaFrance. LaFrance surveys. Shot. Tried to use the screen there, but shot well wide of the cage. Short time here for the Thousand Island Spirits. Nice shot on occasion here from Thomas. Almost squeaked through there on Hagen. He's able to sit on it on the last second. Isotopes carry down here. It's Pedersen. Marked there by Cree. Pedersen gets the ball behind. Here's Scribner. Gets up the side to McCoy. McCoy face dodge air, rolls away, gets the pick. And a high hit there from the Spirits. Penalty coming. Isotopes still technically had it, but ball's thrown away here. And I believe that's going to be a high cross check there on Thousand Islands. I believe that was number 40, Timothy Cree.
Oh, our first power play of the championship game.
Indeed it is. First look at the Isotopes power play versus the Spirits here. Initiating up top is Kolji. Right side, Scribner. Over to Pedersen. Pedersen, low shot there. Florkey was ready for it. Outlet pass, up to Chevalier. Chevalier one-on-one, rolls away. Shot there, wide. And Into the backside of that here. Hagen's there to collect the loose change.
Took a chance on the shorthanded.
That they did. Didn't quite pay off, but the defense is able to get back here. Here's McCoy. Shot. Save by Florkey. Just under 1:20 remaining on the Ice Toast power play. Spirits have it as Petrus runs through a couple defenders there and sends a bit of a bobble there to the far corner. Hagen gobbles it up. Gives it up to Pedersen at the center floor. Pedersen. Marked there by Petrus. Sends it across to Scribner. Scribner face dodge, rolls away. Good defense there by Thornhill. Scribner throws a fake. Thornhill not falling for it. Gives it up to Kolge. Kolge deflected off the stick there of Clough. Physical defense there from Thornhill again. Ball behind with Johnson. And Johnson with the diving shot from behind. Puts it in on the stick side of Florkey.
It's almost like the ball came out of his stick and hit the back of the goalie and rebounded in.
Exactly. Some of those shots behind, and perfectly valid strategy at times in the indoor game, using the backside of the goalie as a bit of a bounce back, if you will, to get that ball in there.
Yeah, it's so key that you got to play the pipe. Got to be tight to the pipe, not leave that open.
Indeed you do. Face off here. Looked like Clough went a little bit early. So that'll be a win for Morelli here. Isotopes ball.
And when there is a turnover, boy, both teams are really strong on the aggressive ride to try to get that ball back.
Indeed they are here. No shortage of hustle, from these two clubs. And Thornhill was ready to go off to the races here, but officials will signal a, looks like it may have been a penalty coming here. Looks like it's number 10 there for the Isotopes, Marek Shribovich. Not sure what the call was there. Couldn't tell if they had too many men at some point. Nevertheless, it'll be Spirits power play, their first one of this championship game. 2-minute penalty here on the Isotopes. Hickey initiated from up top here. Ball to Clough. Back up to Hickey. Now with Cree. Cree. Over to Hickey. Over to Thornhill now. Surveys. Hickey. Face dodge. Quick feed across the crease. Doesn't quite go. I believe that was number 12, Creighton Cree. Good opportunity there, but hugging the pipe was Hagen.
Boy, aggressive ride, trying to force a turnover.
And it certainly seems successful as the Isotopes fail to advance in time. And the far side there, you see Hickey just signaling for the offense. Let's settle it down here. Get a full offensive set. Hickey. Over to Cree. Physical off-ball play here. Hickey, shot, high. Rebound Clough, can't hang on to it. And Clough gets dropped down there in the middle. Physical defense there by the Isotopes, collapsing in on it. And looks like, let's see here.
As you said earlier, Andrew, exchanging pleasantries.
Absolutely there. Looks like it was Clough and number 55, Justin Tank. Exchanging some friendly words. And it looks like we'll have concurrent penalties here, 2 minutes apiece.
It's a little 4-on-3 action for about 20 seconds.
Indeed it is. 4-on-3, just over 20. Although that may expire by the time the officials are here, finished conferring here. Time still winding down. Play clock in. Penalty clock still going. Looks like the officials will signal a stoppage. And a little conversation here from the officials, just warning the benches here. No more friendly words out to the officials or anyone else. And we'll re-trigger here, number 61, Lehman. Marked there by McMahon. Lehman pulls it away. Up to Kolge. Spirits content to play the free safety here defensively as that initial penalty winds down, and we're back to a 4-on-4. Shot there, and it goes. That's Kolge with the low angle. And I think he caught Florkey there maybe a little bit by surprise there, Coach.
Yeah, I think he was sleeping on that, just thinking he was going to burn some clock and just hiding behind that pick. Used it as a decoy, a little defense, and screened it and just took the rip, and it was right on target.
Great usage of the screen there by Kolge. And so that should put the Isotopes on the board, 2-1. And Spirits early on the faceoff here. Count that as another win for Morelli. They'll be number 36. Rowan with the ball, gives it up to Schmig. Over to Pedersen. Pedersen marked by Petrus. Ethan Petrus, that is. Ball down on the near side. Here's Schmig. Uses the screen there from Johnson. Low shot there. Looks like Florkey may have gotten the save here. Rebound up for grabs. Physical play by the bench. Grab there by Petrus. Nice loose ball there. Petrus a free break. Gives it up to the other Petrus, Joe. Joe Petrus on the shot. Saved there by Hagan. Ball comes the other way. But the officials will blow it dead. And it looks like we'll have a slashing penalty coming up here. And I believe the offending party was number 86 there for the Isotopes, Bradley Johnson. Captain's there talking on center floor here. And we'll have another look here at the Spirits power play.
Yeah, the Isotopes are trying to play defensively in a box, in a zone, just trying to cover their region rather than taking it man-to-man.
A little misread on my part on the score here, folks. I spotted the Spirits a couple extra goals here. That last one was the second for the Isotopes. First one had come off the back of the goalie, Florkey. Ball up for grabs here in the Spirits offensive zone here. Here's Hickey on top of it. Dishes it up to Thomas. Thomas, time and room. Sends it across to LaFrance. Back over to Hickey, up to Thomas. Thomas, time, room. Score! And Thomas with the answer. And the Spirits are on the board.
Excellent ball movement. Throwing the ball, crossing the skip pass. And just keep the rock hot as you move that around. Goalie's head is turning right, left, and a nice shot right on goal.
A nice shot indeed. Thousand Islands faithful getting up here for their team. Both clubs bringing a good number of fans here who've made the journey from Minnesota and upstate New York, respectively. Here's Thornhill, right down the center, rolls away, gives it up for Marcus Hickey. Hickey lets his reinforcements get on the floor. Rolls away from pressure there. Marked heavily by Grimm. Hickey still has it. Face dodge underneath. Cross crease pass. It looks like Letierre got in the rock there, but couldn't quite get the shot off before he gets dropped down by the Isotopes defense. Nice trail check there to break up the pass by Thornhill. Oh, a shove in the back there by Connor Hickey. It doesn't look like it'll be a power play penalty, but that will give the Isotopes back the ball. Ball here with McCoy now. Marked there by Billavue. Billavus. Outlet pass there, a little high for Petrus. Hagan collects it. Sends it up to Rowan. Rowan to Pedersen. Isotopes will slow it down a little bit here.
A lot of off-ball action.
Certainly a great deal of it, both offensively and defensively. Shot there. That was from Johnson. Florkey was ready. Loose ball battle here. Collected there by Pedersen. Heavy defense there from Hickey. Pedersen tried the backhanded shovel. Can't connect, and it'll be an over and back. Going the way of the Spirits. Spirits bench lobbying for a potential delay of game there. Don't quite get it. Here's Clough behind the cage. Clough. Isotopes thought about setting the double. They do not. Clough. Roll dodge underneath. Sends it across. Bounce bats to Cree. Cree. Down low here to LaFrance. LaFrance works it over the top here. And doesn't quite get it off in time. And time will expire here on the first period. Low-scoring affair so far, but certainly no shortage of action here on the floor, Coach.
Lots of action going back and forth both ways, both teams putting it all out there, and they're doing some really clever things both offensively and defensively. This is a great matchup.
Indeed they are, and that doesn't look to change anytime soon, so fans, don't go anywhere. Second period action coming up here. You are watching the NABLL Juniors Championship Series on CVTsport.net. All right, lacrosse fans, welcome back or welcome to championship game here for the NABLL North American Box Lacrosse League Juniors Championship game here between the Inver Grove Heights Isotopes and the Thousand Island Spirits. Another face-off win for Morelli. Isotopes will run it out going forward into their offensive zone. This is Pedersen in the near corner. Pedersen surveys, sends it across. Here's Johnson. Johnson. Look for the little slip pass there to Golgi. Doesn't quite connect here. Coming the other way. Pass there for Hickey. Intended. Fell over, but recovered here by LaJoy. LaJoy down the middle here. Quick pass to Clough. Clough inside. Doesn't quite connect here. Just wide. Recovered here by Schroeder. Schroeder carries.
Fabulous opportunity right there. He's going to want that one back.
Certainly will. No shortage of transition opportunities here that the Spirits are not willing to take advantage of. Here's Johnson. Johnson gets a good pick there, and he scores!
That was a nice rip.
It certainly was there. Bradley Johnson coming over the top, off the pick there, and beats Lorkey down low.
Just comes off the pick, gets a little bit of a sweep, sees his lane, takes advantage of it.
And he does here as we go back to the face-off. Chevalier and Morelli. Morelli there, gets the clamp. Chevalier counters, loose ball. Battle on the far side. Still loose here. And up for grabs here. Will definitely be scooped up here by Rowan as he streaks down the middle. Boy, Spirits collapsing on him. He'll kick it back out to Johnson. Johnson.
That was excellent defense right there to just get in front of him, turn him back.
It certainly was. And another goal. It's Scribner this time. Back-to-back goals here for the Isotopes as they start to build some momentum early on here in the second period.
Yep, they're going on a run. So now it's going to be key for the Spirits, see if they can counter now. This is a good time to put an end to this run right here.
Game of runs here. Of course, added a little bit of momentum here to the Isotopes. Looks like a penalty here on Clough. So I'm not sure if there might have been some extra action here. After the goal, there will not be a face-off. Kolge will initiate right away for the Isotopes. Kolge for Pedersen. Across to Schmig. Schmig dumps it down low. Excuse me, that was Scribner down to Schmig. Scribner has it back. Johnson. Face dodge underneath. Rolls back. Intended for McCoy there, but nabbed there by Ethan Petrus. Failure to advance, however. Or it may have been a Ward.
Yeah, that was really well read to intercept that, but then it was turned it right over.
Pass from behind the cage there. Intended for Schmig, knocked down by the Spirits. Here's Kolge. I believe that was a save there. Initially by Florkey, but the rebound goes in.
He was at the right place at the right time.
Couldn't tell if that was Schmig or Kolge who scored that one. Nevertheless, here, Isotopes now up by 4.
Yeah, goalie at that point was completely out of position, so once he recovered that rebound, had a bit of an open net, so got to finish that.
It was a nice initial save there by Florkey, just completely out of position there for the rebound. Face-off win, Isotopes. Peterson gives it up. Here's Rowan. Back to Peterson. And we'll see what the call is here. And it looks like number 67, Jake McCoy, he'll be heading to the penalty box here for the Isotopes.
Much needed opportunity for the Spirits. They've just been on defense for a little too long.
A lot of defense there for the Spirits. Finally get another look here at the power play. Here's Hickey up top. Gets it back. Over to Thomas. Thomas down to Clough. Gets it back. Hickey triggers the movement here. Cross crease pass. Thomas. Back up to Marcus Hickey. Hickey rolls away from the pressure here. Makes a man fall. Hickey just high of the cage. Spirits recover. Here's LaFrance. LaFrance gets over the top. Shot wide. And that'll go out of play here. And Isotopes will take possession. Pass up the far side to Rowan. Sends it right in front there. And a goal. Quick transition. That was Lehman.
Created an opportunity and then took advantage of the opportunity.
They certainly did, and Lehman the beneficiary. Nice little cut there, right in front of the crease.
Yeah, he had his man by about half a step, but that's all you need in this game.
Game of inches here in box lacrosse, and any you can earn certainly go a long way. Face off here. Sweet move by both men. Chevalier comes to the better of that one, but bounces it off the helmet of Morelli. And the bounce goes to the Isotopes. Here's Schroeder. Chevalier got a stick on that, but Johnson gets the loose ball. Johnson, two-man game. Gets a pick there from Scribner. Johnson behind the back to Scribner now. Scribner surveys, pulls it away. Back to Johnson. A little bit of a pick and slip try there by Kolge. Nothing for it. And it looks like it might have been a low angle save there by Florkey on that shot. Loose ball battle here. LaJoie comes up with it. And he'll carry to the far side. And let his reinforcements get out. Gives it across. Here's Hickey. Down to the near corner for Clough. Clough surveys. Runs through two defenders. Clough, save there by Hagen. Looked like Clough tried to go 5-0 there on the bouncer. Clough brings it back around. Shot and a score! Jack Clough will not be denied on that one. Gets the rebound behind, brings it back. Second try is good.
Yeah, that was extra effort right there. Fabulous way to work through his man, and just enough to delay and get the goalie take one step, and then he buried it.
Moving the goalie well there was Jack Clough. And it looks like we may have a power play coming here after that goal. And sitting over in the box there, can't quite tell who that is for the Isotopes, but we now have another 2-minute power play for the Spirits. Must have been some extra action behind the play. So both teams spending some quality time, we'll say, here in the penalty box here. 7 minutes remaining in the second period. LaFrance up to Hickey. Hickey behind the back to Clough. Clough tries 5-hole. Hagan was ready for that one, though. And Isotopes will go the other way. Bobble pass there, though. For Rowan, keeps it alive, gets his own loose ball. Feed inside, meant for Schmig, goes a little high. Spirits the other way.
Nice back and forth action right now.
Certainly is. Here's Cree surveying. Bounce pass to Thomas. Thomas. Back to Clough. Clough to Hickey. Ball bounces just off of Marcus Hickey's stick there. Breakaway opportunity here for the Isotopes. This is Rowan. Buries it. And Dakota Rowan successful in this transition opportunity, but the refs say no goal. May have been a last-second crease violation there.
Yeah, I think he got his foot just in before he took the shot.
Tough break there for Dakota Rowan on what was otherwise a fantastic transition opportunity for the Isotopes. Ball movement here for the Spirits. Controlled by Hickey. Shot. And it looks like getting a stick on that was Gergen. Gergen recovers here, far side. Stalwart defense there by LaFrance. High outlet pass. Getting the rebound was Clough. Shot there, but ready with the leg save was Hagan.
Another great opportunity, just denied by the goalkeeper. Penalties up.
Great denial there indeed by Hagan as he sees them through to even strength. Here's Johnson, shovel pass across the crease, shot, saved by Florkey. Rebound may have been up for grabs here, but Spirits control. Here's McMahon. Sprints down the far side. McMahon gives it up for Cree. Down to Thomas. Thomas, face dodge underneath, gets underneath, 2 defenders. Diving shot. And Hagan was ready, and they'll get Thomas there on the crease violation. Isotopes the other way. Here's Pedersen. Makes a defender miss here. Passes across to Johnson. Johnson lost the ball on the jumping attempt here. Coming the other way is Petrus. Petrus. Feed right in front. Doesn't quite go there for Clough. Great opportunity for the Spirits.
Yeah, pass was probably just a little late, but it might have been the defense that caused that pass to have to be late.
Indeed, certainly some defensive pressure felt on that one. Thomas carries in the near corner. And Thomas beats Hagan on the near side, stick side, and brings the Spirits back within 3.
That was a nice sweep. Good shot right by the goalie's hip.
Indeed it was here. And the officials are signaling a quick little hydration break here for the goalkeepers. We'll go ahead and take a brief one ourselves. You are watching the NABLL on CVTsports.net. And we're right back to it, lacrosse fans here Quick little hydration break for the goalies. Face off here. Spirits, Isotopes. Clamp one there by Morelli. Gets it back to Grimm. Grimm, double team there. Pass nearly intercepted by the Spirits. Loose ball scrap here on the near side. Pedersen comes up with it. Pedersen behind the cage. Heavy defense there. Far side now with Johnson. Johnson initially used the pick, rolls away. Shot, save by Florkey. And an outlet pass here for Cree. Great opportunity here for the Spirits. Save by Hagen. Goalies trading saves back and forth here on this one, Coach.
Yeah, that last shot, though, not much for deception.
And some physical play here right in the center floor. That was LaJoy knocking down, I believe that was Chisholm, maybe.
Trading knuckles.
Trading knuckles indeed. As Scribner will initiate things. Feed down low. And count that one. I believe that was Kolge, number 13, on the diving effort. Puts the Isotopes back up by 4.
Yeah, the initial slide to him was just a little bit late. Just when he cut back and went the other direction, let him get in front of the goalie. Nice dive and stuff it in on the far side.
A beautiful goal there by Kolge as we head back to the face-off dot here. Good clamp and rake there by Morelli. Gets it back. Heavy defense there on the far side. And it looks like that's Dakota Rowan slowly jogging off here, holding his face mask. Hope he's all right. Holding call here, or warning call, goes against the Isotopes. Coming the other way, it's Thornhill. Nearly gets it to Clough, can't quite corral it. And officials will blow the play dead here, and looks like we may have another penalty coming up.
You know, in this quarter, the Spirits just have not looked quite as sharp as they were in that semifinal game. Their passes are off just a little bit, or they're trying to force a pass. It's not quite there. They're not looking for the easy one more.
Some slightly more disjointed looks here from Thousand Islands than we've seen in the past. They will be the beneficiaries of a power play opportunity here, however. After the penalty there on, I believe that was 34 here, Miles Chisholm in the penalty box. We'll see how much time goes up here on the board.
Yeah, they really could use a goal right here to cut that deficit down.
And the game clock has started. No penalty time here on the board yet. Power play continues to move, however. Now the penalty, it looks like there was a 5-minute major, so Thousand Islands up here for the next just under 5 minutes, but possession back to the Isotopes. Ball on the near side here. Up to Kolge. Over to Johnson. Johnson marked by Connor Hickey. Hickey not letting up here. Johnson surveys. Tries to back his defender down here. Hickey not giving an inch. Johnson rolls underneath. Double team there. Tries to pass across. No one there to get it. Spirits come the other way. Short time here, under 20 seconds. Here's Cree.
Got to get a shot.
12 to shoot. Pass there goes a little wide of Lettier. 5 to shoot here. Here's Cree. Gets the loose ball. Shot. Long range goes wide. And time will expire here on the second stanza, leaving us 7-3 in favor of the Isotopes.
Yeah, both teams just playing so hard, really sticking to what they know. Both teams are specializing in playing their own game. But right now at this point, a 7-4 advantage. This next goal could be really big either way.
Crucial next goal indeed. We'll see who gets that here in a couple minutes. We'll take a break for now, though. Andrew Bracey, joined by Lee Morse here. You are watching the NABLL Juniors Championship Series on CVDsport.net. Good afternoon here, lacrosse fans, and if you're just joining us here, some exciting action in this NABLL Juniors Championship game here between the Invergrove Heights Isotopes and the Thousand Island Spirits. Isotopes, 4-goal lead here. Spirits will be a man up on the power play for the next 4 minutes and change. Face off here, Morelli, Chevalier. However, the official signal no face off. It'll just be a Isotopes ball right away. Here's Colgy, marked there by Thornhill. Colgy, double teamed, tries to evade, diving shot, and doesn't quite go. Officials will signal a crease violation there. Ball carried down the far side. Here's Hickey, up to the other Hickey, so that's Connor to Marcus. Here's Thomas now. Back to Hickey. Short time here for the Spirits, under 10 to shoot. Here's Cree, quick little shovel inside. Great opportunity there for Hickey, but off the leg of Hagan. Can they save it? Officials say it's tipped, so no over and back. And Florkey will collect it right in his own crease. Outlet there for Thomas. Some physical play here at the floor. You see Clough getting up there. Gets the ball, or was about to, from Thomas, but ball gets away from him. Here's Justin Tank up the far side.
That earlier opportunity, that no-look pass to the crease was awesome.
It certainly was here as the Spirits catch a little break. Isotopes throw it away into the Spirits bench, and Thomas will re-trigger here up top for Thousand Islands. Thomas gives it up top to Hickey. Hickey will let his reinforcements get out there. Thomas back to Hickey, surveys. Still 2 minutes, 20 seconds here on the power play. Quick shot there.
Nice save by the goalie.
Very nice save indeed by Hagan, was ready for it. Low shot from Clough, another opportunity, inside. Another save by Hagan. That was Cree that time on the shot opportunity.
And not only the save, but he gobbled up the rebound.
He certainly did. Here's Gergen, drives it in, shot, doesn't go. Holding call there against the Isotopes, and Spirits re-trigger. Pass from Peters goes a little high though, and right back to the Isotopes we go.
Just under 2 minutes in that 5-minute major.
2 minutes and 1 minute 40 seconds now remaining for the Spirits on the man advantage. Isotopes give it up to Pedersen. Pedersen drives over the top here. Pass goes loose there, intended for Johnson. LaJoy gobbles it up here. He sprints down the near side. LaJoy gives it up there for Thornhill, who dishes it off to Clough. Clough carries. Gets his personnel on there. Short time on the shot clock here, though, for Thousand Islands. 10 to shoot. Not a lot of urgency here from Thousand Islands. Shot there from Clough. Hagan with the save. And the quick outlet. A little bit high there for Rowan, who runs it out to the far corner. Rowan, marked there by McMahon. Physical defense behind the cage. Gets it back up to Scribner. Scribner. Up top to Tank. Just over 30 seconds here on the power play for Thousand Islands. Isotopes may be content here to burn some clock off of that one. Colgy sends it up into the netting. And the Spirits will get it back with 20 seconds remaining on the power play.
Yeah, smart play because that lets your defense get back in and avoid any kind of fast break transition.
And you see there, the Isotopes able to get all their defensive personnel right back on. Time winding down here, just 5 seconds on the power play. Plenty of time on the shot clock, however. We'll see what Thousand Islands can come up with. Here's Thomas, up to Hickey. Hickey thought about the shot. You're just narrowly evaded the trail check there by Chisholm.
Yeah,
here's Thomas.
Coming out of the box now that the penalty's over.
Thomas couldn't tell if that was a shot or not, but sent it right into the stick there of number 15, Matthias Fremming. Tries to send it across there.
I think he was trying to get a pass off on that.
I think you're maybe right there, Coach, trying to get a quick one. As the ball's checked out of the stick there of Chisholm. And collecting the loose change, there's Hickey. To Hickey up the far side.
The Spirits certainly have had a lot of opportunity here and good possessions. They just got to, you know, connect and get a goal out of this.
Indeed they do. They don't quite connect there, however. Pass intended for Petrus. Excuse me, that was intended for Clough. Here's LaFrance. Marked there, physical defense by Rowan. Dislodges the ball there. Rowan, shovel pass there up the far side. Here's Tank.
Foot race.
Foot race there. Doing a job to get back was Thomas, and the rest of the Spirits defensive personnel will join him. Thomas gets off there, as does Tank. Cross crease pass there, Johnson, saved by Florkey.
Yeah, he's keeping him in it.
He certainly is. Wide open opportunity there on the cross crease pass to Johnson. Here is Connor Hickey coming the other way. Evades Pedersen. Sends it across to Cree. Cree. Pass down low, intercepted there by Grimm. Gives it off to Scribner. Scribner marked by Hickey. Gets underneath and scores! Leighton Scribner takes advantage of the transition opportunity. And the Isotopes up by 5, just under 9 minutes remaining in this championship game.
Yeah, you can feel how the field just tipped a little bit, and it looks a little more uphill for the Spirits. So I think they call it a timeout. Good time right now to collect themselves and figure out what to do next.
Good time indeed there, called by Coach Jobson and his bench. See if they can regroup here, get some momentum going. And we'll take a little breather ourselves here. You are watching the NABLL on CVTsport.net. And welcome back here, lacrosse fans. A little under 9 minutes remaining in this championship game here for the North American Box Lacrosse League Juniors Championship. Thousand Island Spirits trailing by 5 against the Invergrove Heights Isotopes. On the face-off here, Chevalier, Morelli. Clean win by Morelli as he rolls away from pressure here. Down the near side. Here's Johnson. Johnson, marked by Cree. Gives it up top. Ball goes over here, far side. Pedersen. Pedersen tries to dodge underneath there. McMahon says no. Up top, here's Johnson. Shot, save there. Tried going 5-hole on Florkey. Florkey denies. And penalty coming here. Looks like some extra action here from McCoy. We'll give a power play to the Spirits, who will not say no to that opportunity. McCoy there may have had some extra words there for the official. And power play coming up here for the Spirits. Here's Clough.
I'm sure that doesn't make the Isotopes coach too happy when you're getting that kind of undisciplined penalty.
Indeed, it probably doesn't, Coach. And correct me if I'm wrong. I believe we had a whole spiel during their intermission speech here about staying out of the penalty box, if I'm not mistaken. They do not do so on this time around, however. Scribner here. Carries across the floor. Mark there. Thornhill hot on his tail. Thornhill not letting up. Bobbled pass there. Good pressure there by the Spirits. Thornhill comes up with it. However, a penalty on the Spirits. That's 45 black. That's going to be LaFrance taking a trip to the penalty box. I believe the call may have been for a cross-check in the back here. Couldn't quite tell. So 2 minutes going up here for the Spirits. So we'll be 4-on-4 here for a little under a minute, and then Isotopes will be up by 1. Johnson sends it over to Pedersen. Pedersen. Ball down low with Colgie. Colgie jarred loose there by Thornhill. Colgie recovers off the boards. Colgie, short time to shoot here, 3 seconds. Knocks down there by a sea of defenders. Looks like Peter's trying to recover his stick there off the body of Colgie. And here's Connor Hickey down the far side. Hickey surveys. Kicks it up there to Marrero. Here's Clough. Clough. Shot goes wide. Hagan recovers behind the cage. Hagan up to McCoy off the release penalty. So now power play here for the Isotopes. Shot there. Florkey comes to the better of that one. And McMahon misses a loose ball there, so possession back. Here's Pedersen for Invergrove Heights. Pass across. Johnson up top now. Fake. Shot. Just wide of the cage. Well, ref signaling a recess, so Florkey actually got a piece, and now he gets the loose ball. Here's McMahon. Splits 2 defenders. Outlet pass there. Doesn't quite connect with Thomas. And Thomas does collect it behind the cage. Shot there, and a score!
Way to stay with the play. Even though he didn't connect, he chased it behind the net, stuck with it. Goalie was out of position, and he finished like he should.
Character play there by Thomas, not letting up. Continuing to hustle after the loose ball, and it pays off.
The Isotopes are starting to slow it down a little bit. They know the clock is on their side.
Indeed they do here. Still a 4-goal differential for Thousand Islands to overcome. A little early there on the face-off was Chevalier, so Isotopes will get the ball back here. Here's Rowan.
We're all even.
Schmig carries, marked there by Chevalier. Carries to the far side, rolls away. Chevalier not giving an inch. Switches. Here's Colgie, chased there by Thornhill. Double team there. Colgie gave it up last second here to Scribner on the near side. Back to Colgie. Colgie, looks like Peter's got a piece there, and Florkey the ensuing save.
Nice job tracking the ball. He saw it all the way.
Indeed he did. Here's Petrus on the far side. Gives it up to Clough. Back to Petrus here. He'll have a little go from the wing. Nice little inside pass there. Clough. And a goal! Count that one for Jack Clough. Still alive are the Thousand Island Spirits. Back within 3.
Yeah, that's a juice goal right there, because now you've just scored 2 in a row, and all of a sudden you're starting to feel it.
Indeed
you
it
can tell, all of a sudden you've got juice in your legs now, ready to play this game out to the very end.
Indeed you are. Much needed momentum goal there for the Spirits. As we face off here, Morelli had the clamp here. Loose ball scrum. And a timeout taken off the ground ball by the Isotopes. Let's see if they can stop some of this newfound Spirits momentum. We'll go ahead and take a quick little break ourselves here on this timeout. You're watching the NABLL Juniors Championship Series on CBTSport.net. Welcome back here, lacrosse fans, coming out of a Isotopes timeout. 3 minutes remaining, 3-goal deficit to overcome here for the Spirits. Possession here with the Isotopes.
I imagine their coach wants them to keep moving the ball and be prepared because you know the Spirits are going to be pushing out and play more aggressive defense.
And indeed they are. Ball does keep moving. Shot opportunity there just a moment ago went wide. Ball now down with Bradley Johnson. Johnson working against Thornhill. Ball's loose. Diving shot there. Crease violation on Colgy. Nice job by Forkey to make the save. And some extracurriculars here down on the near side. Had some contact there, and it looked like Thornhill didn't take too kindly to that. And I do not have a name here for number 2 on the Spirits roster here, but he'll be taking a trip to the penalty box as the official, and it looks like it'll be also number 86 Johnson heading to the box as well. Coach, commendable job here all tournament long by our officiating crew here. No easy task officiating this game, especially when it gets physical, but they've been keeping things pretty well under control.
Absolutely, 100%. They've been communicating well, and they've allowed it to be known that they have a authority out here, but at the same time, they're really letting these boys play, and that's sort of the best of both.
Indeed they are. Controlled chaos. Probably one of the better ways to describe officiating any indoor lacrosse game. Ball now with Cree, sends it over to Thomas. Thomas carries over the top here, backs it out. Across to Hickey. Hickey, face dodge there. Rolls away. Up to Cree, over to Thomas, bounces off the boards here. Thomas recovers, 10 to shoot. Thomas, shot there, just high. And it'll be over and back, going the way of the Isotopes. Spirits will get their defensive personnel out there quick. Love the sportsmanship of the readiness there by Thornhill. Gave the ball right to Scribner, then immediately prepared to check him. Scribner there, the attempt, but a crease violation. Coming up the far side is Petrus, Ethan Petrus. Carries over to the near side. Drives the middle, Petrus. Shot there. Saved by Hagen. Follow-up attempt there from Clough. Hagen again made the save. Good opportunities here for the Spirits, coach. They're certainly not getting any shortage of shots.
Nope. And they're playing to the final whistle.
That they are. As Rowan made a man miss, sent it down to the corner, bobbled pass on the near side, however. Scribner comes up with it, marked by Thornhill. Thornhill, physical defense there behind the cage. And it looks like it may have been a crease violation there on Scribner. Spirits ball.
30 seconds left.
Time winding down on Thousand Islands. See if they can get at least one more look here. Here's Cree. Cree. Marked there by Rowan. Intercepted pass there. And Rowan carries down. Looks like Cree will make it back. Rowan content there. No, takes one more shot. And Cree didn't take too kindly to that one. Initially, what we thought might be some fisticuffs, but the official's right there. And we'll see how things wind down here. 4 seconds remaining. Slightly contentious finish here. Time will wind down, and the officials signal the end of the game. And that'll be a championship win here for the Isotopes. Hoping to avoid a World Cup soccer finish here are the officials. And they do manage to break things up here. We see our executive director here, Rachel Anderson, doing a nice job to get in the middle there. And hopefully as things simmer down here, we might be able to have a handshake here, Coach, to be determined on that one.
Yeah, well, two competitive teams, they don't have to like each other, but, you know, honor the game.
Indeed, and it looks like we will in fact have a handshake line there, and as you said, high adrenaline, high energy. And once that final whistle blows, nothing but respect here. Two high-octane, physical and talented programs. Congratulations to the Thousand Island Spirits on a great performance, making it to this championship game, and especially congratulations here, Inver Grove Heights Isotopes, making the trip all the way from the great state of Minnesota here, and securing that championship title here for the North American Box Lacrosse League Juniors Championship Series.
Well, Andrew, we were treated to a nice day of games, and this championship final was the cherry on the top.
Indeed it was here. You see the Isotopes faithful over there, fired up for their team. Fantastic job here all the way around by our scorekeepers, officiating crew. And up here in the broadcast booth, Lee, it's been a pleasure being up here with you and our producer, Carl Parton here, soldiering it out here the past couple of days. And at last the marathon comes to an end here. Congrats one more time here to the Inver Grove Heights Isotopes. You have been watching the NABLL Juniors Championship Series here on CVTsport.net.